that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. We are here to talk about, again, Sebastian Rogers been missing 5 weeks. We are in the building, back to talk about it again, and there's a lot to talk about. A battered wife coming out. What's going on, Janine? How you doing today? How are you doing? Leisure, welcome to the stream. Lori, how are you doing? Hey, I think Sebastian would have ran to his dad. It's like, did he run away because he was getting his ass beat? After hearing that interview from last night, I mean, Chris has a backhand and bust lips open and shit like that, allegedly, based from what Nina said. I'm just going based off what Nina said, though. What's going on, Carrie? Welcome to the stream. Rise and grind. Nice to see you. That's what happened today. I literally rise, and I'm here now. We're here to talk about this. What's going on, Kathy? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Make sure you hit the notification bell. But before we start this stream, we have to speak real quick. You ready? I need everybody to bow your heads as we say a prayer, okay? We're going to say a prayer real quick before we jump into the stream. I know there's a lot of people. There's some people that aren't religious. I get it. But this is for everybody who is. Dear Heavenly Father, in this moment of gathering, we come before you with heavy hearts seeking your comfort and guidance. We lift up Sebastian Rogers and his family to your loving care, knowing that you are the ultimate source of strength and hope. Lord, Sebastian has been missing from this earth for 5 long weeks, and our hearts ache and we worry with uncertainty. We pray that your divine light may shine upon him wherever he may be. Guide him back safely to those who love him, wrapping him in your protective embrace. Grant wisdom to those who are tirelessly searching for him around the clock, that they may find the clues and leads needed to bring him home. Strengthen his heart, strengthen their hearts of his family and friends, sustaining them through this trial with your unwavering love. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayers. Grant us the assurance that you are with us in every moment, guiding us through the darkest times. Help us entrust in your plan, even when we cannot see the way forward. May Sebastian feel your presence surrounding him, filling him with courage and hope. And may your grace be upon all those who join in this live stream, uniting us in faith and solidarity as we lift our voices in prayer for his safe return. In your holy name, we pray. In Jesus Christ, amen. Okay. Just wanted to start this off with a prayer. I watched that interview last night again with his dad. And, he was telling Pascal, go to church. And then he proceeded to jump into, talking about the search for Sebastian and the troublings that he ran into during doing it. Like, he's been being followed around. Okay. So literally, Seth has been being followed around while he's doing this search. He did say that he searched with with Chris one time. So he went out to search with Chris one time. Pascal asked if it was awkward, and he said, "Yeah." You know what I mean? So it's weird. This whole thing's weird. What's going on? Amen. I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna play a little bit of some videos, but I'm gonna open up the lines right away. We're not playing no games. I'll open up the lines. Everybody gets 5 minutes. Let's talk about it. I want to hear from y'all today. So 219-885-9693. Let's jump into it. But again, did Sebastian run away from this house because he was scared physically of Chris and Katie, allegedly? Or did something bad happen to him? Because I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. At this point, did he run away because he was getting his ass beat? We heard this story from Nina, and just going based off of what Nina was saying, he was talking about pulling out a green bat and I'll beat all your fucking asses. I'm just saying what Nina said. I'm going based off of what Nina said. All right. That's what she said.
Or
literally.
Crawl space or up under your
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I want to pull this up real quick.
mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard. Check it every morning and check
What video is
every
this?
night. Look for any details.
Oh,
that
I know what
something
video it is.
disturbed.
Hold up.
If there's a
What's
shirt
going
that was
on, that
there
cone?
today
There
that
you
wasn't
are,
there
buddy.
yesterday, notify us.
Amy and
You can
Boston, what's
really
going on?
help
Welcome
us
to
by
the
searching
stream.
your own property twice a day.
Welcome to the stream.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption.
Again, as you come in, make sure you hit the like button. We are covering the Sebastian Rogers case around the clock. There's a new interview out with Seth Rogers, which I'm going to pull up real quick. We have this interview out with Seth Rogers from the Pascal show. He said some interesting things in
No
here.
doubt. No doubt. How has things been recently?
It's been
540, you're on the show. Talk to me. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. How you doing?
Hey, I'm not buying it for 1 minute that boy ran away. Because the videos that I've seen, he liked to be on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you run away, you're going to take your phone. So I'm not buying he ran away. I'm not buying that at all.
So you're one of the ones that thinks he's ran away.
No, I don't think he ran away.
Oh, I thought you said he
Because if
did.
he
My
ran-
bad. I misheard you. So you think that he didn't run away? You think that something bad happened to him completely?
Yeah, I really do. Because why are you going to leave your phone?
Yeah. That's a good
You know what I'm saying? Why would your
Right.
phone still be plugged in, in the kitchen on the counter?
Yeah, that's a good
And
point.
after watching that video of that ex that came forward,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No.
She said that
No.
that Chris backhanded the daughter in the mouth and busted her lip open and like what?
And that mess about not giving her the baby back and then giving her papers,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the airport giving her papers, and then this Katie chick filming it. No, I'm not buying it one bit. I'm not buying it one bit. And then you got these YouTubers going in that neighborhood, and then all of a sudden now, cars are following them. No, them two left that neighborhood to draw the heat away from that neighborhood, but the YouTubers still showed up and the searchers still showed up. So they coming out in full force now to get anybody who's recording anything. They hiding something.
Yeah,
And that's a mess too, because Sebastian is not that dude's bloodline at all.
exactly.
Not his. He should have stepped off. And I'm probably shouldn't say this, but I think it's time for somebody to be snatching somebody up by their collar.
I
You
mean,
better tell me where my son is.
either. I don't think he ran away either. I just woke up. I started looking at a few emails. Some new theories.
No, he ain't
that
run
ran
away.
away. Like, not where does he run into with no shoes? In case they would have found whoever picked him up by now because they would have seen a message to that person. Correct? You know what I'm saying? Like,
He didn't run away.
exactly.
And the main clue he didn't run away is that his phone is still there.
Exactly.
I mean, if you don't tell that to somebody else, I think it's time for somebody to be walking up in there and grabbing somebody up by the collar and say, "Hey, where's my son?" Now I've been nice enough. Where's my kid at?
It's past that.
Yeah.
Like
And that chick that stepped up in the scene, the ex, Oh no, she opened up a whole. I'm glad she came forward now. I'm glad she came forward. And if his family's got as much clout as everybody's saying, you know what? I think they need to bring another law enforcement agency in there that's not affiliated with that area.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
I agree because
I could be wrong.
No, to bring somebody else in there from that area, you think the law enforcement might be working with him or something?
Would make you wonder. I mean, they didn't call 911. They called the sheriff's office.
Yeah,
Come
they called the non-emergency.
And she gonna call him instead of calling 911? No. He got her whipped too. He got her whipped too.
Yeah, you did, Chris. I did.
God have mercy on these dumbass. Oh, excuse me, on these females that these men got whipped. But anyway, that's just like I said. That's speculation. That's just my opinion.
I mean, I respect it though. It's because at the end of the day, where is Sebastian Rogers right now?
Yeah.
Right? Where is he at? He's missing 5 weeks. Is he with mom and Chris? Are they hiding him out somewhere allegedly? Or did something bad happen that night when they came home from BJ's and at the bowling alley? Did something bad? Did he get the shit beat out of him? Did somebody hurt him? What's going on at this point? Like, where's the police? I'd be yanking them up by their collar too. But you can't get them to say more without probable cause.
No.
Or
and
take them to jail.
Yeah, take them and separate them because she looks like a little beat puppy to me.
Damn.
I'm sorry. Look, she looked like a little beat puppy. And videoing that little girl at the airport, according to that chick with a smile on her face. No.
There she is, Katie, right there.
No. I ain't buying it.
Good evening, Ruth. Welcome to the stream. This, I mean, like I said, it's crazy. I don't get it. We're 5 weeks in, going into the next month. He disappeared at the same time Madeline Soto disappeared at. This isn't looking good, folks.
And that Madeline Soto, that situation right there, I could be wrong too. And I hear about, don't nobody know where it happened after they left the party. Then you hear all these stories. What was that one story about? She was at the restaurant. The one of the ex-girlfriends was at the restaurant. The mama came in and handed one of his friends some money in an envelope. Something about he was talking to a 14-year-old before all this. The mama done paid him off. Who's to say that he didn't go to the mama's house with Madeline?
Right.
Because if she's willing to pay a friend off, and if the speculation is that little girl could have been pregnant, and the mama was covering over the 14-year-old, who's to say the mama's not involved? And I'm not talking about the other little puppy whipped Jen. I'm talking about the mama, his mama. Is she involved in this to protect her son? I don't know.
This is a wild one. I appreciate you starting to show off, calling in and being a voice in this community for Sebastian Rogers. But again, before I let you go, foul play or he just walked off the face of the earth?
No, he didn't walk off. That boy ain't going to run away and leave his phone behind. Forget the shoes. He ain't going to leave his phone behind. No, it's foul play, and it stinks to high heaven.
I appreciate you starting to show off. God bless you, ma'am. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. And again, it's sad to wake up another day and not see this little boy be found. Another heartache.
And be with that daddy, because that daddy's the one that's suffering.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely the one.
The other two fools ain't suffering. She ain't suffering. The daddy's the one that's suffering.
Well,
and no, I don't. And another thing too, hey, if they took Sebastian and they have him hid away, come on, man, somebody take. No, it's foul play. It stinks to high heaven. And they may have done it to begin with. But he's been gone way too long now.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful Easter. Thank you for being a voice again on this live. Thank you so much. God bless you, man. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Roll call. Next here. 615, you're live. What's going on? Talk to us.
Yes, is this T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. It is T-REV. What's going on?
Well, I'll be darned. Well, I've never called in before.
Well, this is your first time, and you're through. So what's going on, ma'am? How are your?
I love your.
Going?
Well, it's okay. I've been going through, cancer a couple of times, but I wanted to talk
I'm
about
sorry to hear that.
the lady called.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the ex-wife.
You said, "Well, God bless your heart."
Played.
Before you go on, God bless your heart for what you're going through. You said cancer. Was
Yeah,
that what
I
you said?
had
I'm
it
sorry
in
to hear that.
2018, and then they discovered some more 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And then they couldn't do chemo and radiation no more, so they had to do surgery twice on me in 2020.
Well,
So,
God bless your soul. Prayers up to you, okay?
thank you.
You're
But
welcome.
my name is Delaney, and I live down here in Texas. But that lady that y'all interviewed on your show about Chris.
Oh, you talking about Trev time? He interviewed Nina.
Yes, Nina.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I back her 100% because I've been through the same thing in my past, and I'm 70 years old now.
Right.
And that life, y'all just wouldn't believe. And my heart goes out to her because everything that happened to her happened to me. So these men that you marry, they're just controllers. They're cons. They get people to believe them, even in court. I mean, it's terrible. But with Chris and the mom, I believe something happened to him. Either after they left the restaurant, he probably got out of hand, and she called Chris, and maybe Chris said, "Well, bring him to me, or meet me halfway," and something happened, or something happened at the house, and got in trouble. And for some reason, I feel like Chris is part of this. Now it's been going on for so long. I don't think the child is with us. My heart just breaks over this story.
It does.
It's just a shame the way our world is today. We didn't go. I don't feel like we went through this when I was younger. Not this bad. And but these people that have children, they need to just love them, just embrace them and love them. If they didn't want this child, they should have went on ahead last year and gave him to the father.
Yeah, this is
You
think that, like, as far as you think that Chris was doing the same things to Sebastian that Nina talked about with the backhand to the lip, busting the lip open of the daughter? I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, and then spanking the 3-year-old and some other stuff too, allegedly.
Yeah.
All said from Nina.
Yes. Yeah. I think he's a controller. He just, he's just a controller. If you don't do what you're told to do, you're going to get it. And they could have choked him, slapped him, knocked him down, hurt his head, something. But he did not run away. Yeah. I just don't believe that. This child did not leave that home. They took him out of that home or took him somewhere.
Now, do you think that he made it back home that night?
I don't know. That's where I'm confused at. I feel like that he's either something happened at that restaurant, he acted up or something, and it didn't show it on the video outside or something. But he probably, or something happened at the house. But I feel like Chris is part of this abusing this child. It's just so sad. It's just terrible.
It is heartbreaking.
But
it's heartbreaking that this situation is even going on, and that Sebastian's father, Seth, he's out here about to lose his job because of it. And then you got Katie's going on trips with Chris to work, during the times that
Right.
she should probably be teamed up with him, helping him search. I'm just saying in general. I'm just breaking it down how
Yeah,
exactly people
that's
most
right.
likely do this.
Oh, I would have been terrified.
Thank
I think most mothers would be terrified, um, and fathers. Uh, I mean, just like the fathers out there looking for him, um, and hope and pray they find him, and that will tell the story.
you. Yeah.
I feel like, and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that the mother is just as fault as Chris on this deal. Now, if she just did it by herself, got very angry at him, and called Chris to come and help take care of it, and panic, what are we going to do? Because I think it happened earlier, and I think that they had time to plan it out and keep to their story.
They're both, yeah,
So
no,
I
they're
just,
both sus for sure. I agree with you, Jay. They're both sus as hell, allegedly. Allegedly.
mhm,
I'll keep the
yeah.
allegedly word in my wording, but it is what it is.
But
It's how I feel.
but I hope a lot of people out there don't, knock down the ex-wife here because she's going through hell and back,
For sure.
and she's terrified. I was terrified, and finally, after years, getting out of the situation, but it's just awful what she has gone through and having to look over her shoulder. Her children, her
Yes, ma'am.
daughter, is having to be careful and not let daddy get me. That's
Mhm.
awful for a child to go through.
Yeah.
So,
It is. It's
but I've
super
been, but I've been watching you for a long time and decided I'm gonna try him
I'm glad you got
and
through.
let him.
I'm glad you got through, man. I really am. I'm so
Well,
glad you
we
got
all
through.
love you.
Oh, I feel that.
You-
Trust me. I feel that. Trust me. And I appreciate you calling
Yeah,
in and being a voice for little Sebastian. I look forward to hearing from you again when more information comes out about this case or whenever you're thinking about anything pertaining to this case. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a
yeah.
beautiful Easter. Make sure you stay vigilant and you lock your doors. Thank you for being a part of today's show for little Sebastian Rogers. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. Sebastian Rogers. Run away? No way. No friggin' way. All the way. Somebody killed this little boy. Allegedly. Or somebody is hiding him somewhere. Stop with the games. You're going into 6 weeks, 5 weeks, 5.5, whatever you want to put it at. Way too long. 719, what's on your mind? Talk to me. 719, you there?
Hey T,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I normally don't call in, but so I just have a little bit to say.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
I guess
6 minutes. The floor is yours. Run it. This is your time.
at first I thought maybe this was foul play.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe they took Sebastian to Memphis. I don't think Sebastian ever made it home from the restaurant. I think Katie did something to him until I heard Nina's story. And I feel so bad for Nina. I went through a lot when Nina went through. Um, so listening to Nina yesterday, um, I now feel like um, I think maybe so. T, what happens with the money? Like this is a question no one's asked you before. Now that Sebastian's missing, does Katie still get the money,
As far
or
as
does
like for his health, like autism,
r-
or
r-
if
yes,
like social security, is that what you're talking
y-
about?
yes, or does those do those checks stop
That's a good
altogether?
question. That's actually a very good question, and I don't think I don't know if I can answer that, to be honest with you. I don't know
So
if they can still get the money for him if they were
right,
collecting a check, or if it would stop abruptly because he's missing.
right.
But he's
So
not
if
presumed dead, though. He's not presumed
e-
dead.
exactly. So after watching Nina yesterday, and if those checks are still going to Katie, does Katie and Chris still have him? Because look at what they did to Nina.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they kidnapped her baby.
Yeah.
and they served her and they divorced her. He premeditated it. And now I'm thinking totally different. Did they kidnap Sebastian? Are they hiding him somewhere? His whole family was in this. And do they have Sebastian somewhere, T? And because do they have Sebastian somewhere just so they could collect this money still? Because remember, they're in debt still.
I mean, what would they be getting for him a month? $800?
Well, I don't know, T. That's why I called you.
You know what? I know
Like,
I'm thinking in my head, like, what are they really getting for Social Security for him? Between $800 and $1,500 a month. I mean, even that, again, between $800 and $1,500 a month for him in general. If that's just me thinking in my head, and allegedly I'm guessing a number, but I mean, how much could they really be getting? I also think that's the reason they didn't want to give him up the dollars. Gypsy says in chat too. A lot of people think the same thing, but I'm just thinking in my head, does it stop because he's missing, but he's not presumed dead? So I don't know if the money stops.
the desperate measures, T. Desperate measures when you're in debt, every penny counts. And you get that check every month. But T, I still in my heart, and I know I don't really believe that Sebastian is with us anymore. That was just the idea. I don't think Sebastian left on his free will, but it was a suggestion to you. Could they have kidnapped him? Because they did it before. Well, Chris did. His whole family was. And then you look at JLR, and then you look, they were following JLR.
They did follow JLR around. And there was a lot of things going on. People were getting threatened out there. They allegedly, the United Cajun Navy got death threats and they left. But I don't know. There's a lot going on within this case that is super weird. From YouTubers being followed, from Seth Rogers himself being followed. What is really going on, and why are people scoping them so closely and watching where they search at? Is what it seems like to me.
And T, check this out. The only reason why the dog got a hit on Sebastian in the first place, they're going to get a hit because apparently Katie said she took him out to eat, right? Took him to the grocery store. So they're going to get a hit anyway because they went out, but they never got a hit, afterwards because she never went back home with Sebastian. I don't think Sebastian went back home. We can't believe everything that Katie and Chris is saying. We can't believe everything. I don't trust them as far as I could throw them. And so I wanted your input.
Yeah.
And thank
no,
God
for
I got
sure.
through you.
The money, like, that's a good point and a good aspect because I haven't looked at that angle much, right? I really haven't. I haven't looked down. I've heard it, but I haven't looked at that angle much. And now that I'm looking at it, it's like, could it be a money thing? SSI, whatever it is for him. Somebody said in chat, well, they wouldn't be able to get it because how much they make. I thought it's off the disability, not the money they make. If he has a disability, he has a disability regardless if they're millionaires.
Right.
But I mean,
me too.
I don't know. They're following Seth. Yeah, I've seen that. Angie, I've seen that last night on the interview. He said it on the Pascal show that he was being followed.
Right, he is.
So
there's something really sketchy about this family. And I just wanted your input, T. I don't know everything, I just wanted your input.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate you reaching out to me, calling in, and just being a voice again for Sebastian Rogers, because that's what we're here for today. It's the 30th of March. He went missing on February 25th, the night going into the 26th, the same day Madeline Soto went missing. So,
and you know what, T, I
appreciate you.
I appreciate everything you do. I'm not always in your chat. I'm really sick. I'm in and out of the hospital a lot.
God bless you.
I appreciate what you do and voicing, but God bless you and happy Easter to you.
Thank you. You too. And I hope everything goes well with you being in and out the hospital. Prayers up to you. Chat, drop some prayers for her. Thank you so much, man, for being a voice in today's show. We appreciate you. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693 is Chris. This abusing monster is being put out publicly. public right now. They're saying Chris busts lips wide open. I'm talking about kids too. He spanks 3-year-olds, beats the shit out of them, and Nina had to stop it. Allegedly, he did the same to Sebastian Rogers with a belt. What is going on? Why did Seth have to find out online? 513, you're on with me. Talk to me. Everything I just said is allegedly, by the way, too. But what is going on, 513?
AD, I just wanted to point out a couple things. One, when I was a teenager, my stepdad, he had backhanded me really hard for no reason. No, he literally said because I felt like it. Busted my lip and
I thought it was just us little
so,
boys getting that ass beat like that.
oh, no, no,
I
no,
didn't think
no.
it was the little girls too, but I mean, damn.
No, I mean, it depends on the stepdad, I guess.
I've gotten
But,
backhand before. I know what it feels like.
look,
I mean,
there
I
was no
deserved it
reason in the
though.
world. There was no reason in the world. I was just sitting there watching TV. I already had my shower for the night, getting ready to go to bed. Had school the next morning, and he did this kind of stuff all the time to me. But I wasn't his biological daughter. However, he didn't treat my sisters, his biological children, this way. It was just something against us, me and my brother, because we had a different dad.
Mm-hmm.
But he just walked by me and just backhanded me so hard in the mouth, it busted my lip, blood everywhere. And I got so mad. I finally had enough because things like this have been going on for so long.
Yes, ma'am.
I was in shorts, t-shirt, and socks.
Damn.
I went out that door. It was the middle of the winter. Snow, ice, all up and down the driveway. I did not care. I was going to a neighbor's house to call the police and, get them out there. I had enough. So if we look at it as like, maybe Sebastian was in that type of situation, I feel like he went straight to a neighbor's house. So therefore, I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think he ever made it to a neighbor's house. Maybe he went to leave, and maybe that's where their story is starting from, which could be why she could even pass a polygraph. But nonetheless, in the midst of him trying to go to a neighbor's house to get away from her,
yes, ma'am,
I think something happened. I think she got a hold of him.
You think he was terrified? Like he ran out, he was terrified, and she caught up to him and was angry, allegedly?
In my personal opinion, I think she was on the phone with Chris already. There was some sort of altercation between her and Sebastian.
Something like that. I'm gonna call Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a tactic.
Using him. Yeah, because he knows, like,
allegedly.
Okay, well, no matter what, he allegedly has already put his hands on me before, and possibly even his mom, for all we know. And so he did. It's like a threat tactic. But nonetheless, I think in the midst of him trying to get out that door or whatever, she chased after him. Maybe he hit his head on something. I think there was some sort of accident that happened that may have caused him to not be with us anymore. And I hate that. I'm not trying to put the kid in the ground before
Yeah, no doubt.
sound.
None of us are. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do
Exactly, but
that.
it don't make sense for him to just be gone and no neighbor, no anything, him not be on any video anywhere whatsoever. And on top of it, it's been this long. It just don't make sense to me. So, I mean, I think something happened with the mom, and then maybe Chris got off the phone with her, headed straight there. In my personal opinion, I think work vehicles, the black boxes need to be checked for the GPSs on them, because I don't think he took his own vehicle there. I really don't.
Yeah,
I think when they said they got off the phone to go to bed, he went to go help her. And he had plenty of time between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning to be back at work site, to be calling the sheriff's department.
Wow.
That's my personal opinion. I mean, everybody's got their own opinion. I think that, I've been through the abuse and everything before. So
you said you've been through domestic?
Well, that too, but I've also been through
Child
the
stuff as a
abuse
kid.
from a stepfather. Yeah.
As a kid, yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that. And it is traumatizing. It very well is
It is,
traumatizing.
but and then when stuff like this pops up, it's like, you kind of can think, people are like, well, he's autistic. Okay, but the spectrum is so wide. So for so many of them, they think and act just like we do. He was very functioning. He was high functioning. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he was fully disabled. This boy probably tried to get away like anybody would. Even if you are disabled, if somebody is harming you and you finally have had enough, you're going to try to get away. It just brings you back to your moments in your own childhood, things that you've experienced.
That's
and
true.
The line of thinking.
I agree. Yeah, for sure.
And anything could have happened. I mean, anything could have happened in that moment. I just feel like he would have made it to a neighbor's house if he did run away. A neighbor's house, even with a light on, even if it was further down the road, it was cold out and he had no shoes on. I feel like he would have sought help somewhere. But I think mom intervened. And that's just my personal opinion. I just wanted to throw that in there. But thank you so much for your time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you sharing your story and also
absolutely
the thoughts on Sebastian Rogers and what it possibly could be. Was that a tactic? That was a good theory. I thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful Easter too, by the way. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you for being a voice on the show. 219-885-9693. Spivey said, this is so disrespectful to Sebastian's disappearance. This is something that JLR and Seth has put together to take the real focus off Seth's involvement. Man, we're feeling like that. That's how we're. I respect your opinion, Spivey, 100%. I respect your. It may not be the popular opinion, but I respect it. I respect it. Respectfully disagree. 716, you're in the mix. Talk to me. But I respect this, Spivey.
Hi.
Love you. What's going on? You're live.
Great. I've been trying. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
And it might upset a lot of people, and I don't mean it disrespectful or in a negative way at all, but like with the Cajun Navy giving up and quitting, probably allegedly due to too many people like YouTubers and self-described media people running around, probably getting in their way, probably upset them, and neighbors and everything getting mad that there's people driving up and down the street. How do you feel about how far is too far for us to go out and help search?
Yeah. What is too far? Now, as far as what you're saying, what are you asking me directly?
Well, like, I understand like going through helping in a search that's like prepared and everyone's going to meet at a certain time in a certain place and we're all going to go out and search an area. But when does it cross the line as far as like stalking, like following people around, like
yeah, no, that's crossing the line.
That is crossing the line.
Why would you even need to do that? Why would you need to follow somebody around when they're helping search for your grandson or your son or your stepson or whoever is following whoever around? Why would you be following somebody around who is looking to help look for Sebastian Rogers here?
Right, exactly. I think that's what the problem is, that maybe law enforcement and like the Cajun Navy got upset with people about. And I was just wondering what your opinion was on that, because I think we all need to do whatever we can do and, call in and give any info that we have, but that could be helpful, but we don't need to like stalk people either. So
absolutely agree. No need to stalk anybody who is out there searching. I mean, for instance, there is a new search location. Seth said it last night and I'll read it out loud. It's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Anybody who can search, that's where the spot is. Again, it's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075.
That's great. That's where we all should be if we can be there. So
absolutely.
That's what we need to do.
Absolutely. And Seth is they actually said to Seth and gave them a spot for them to, you know, go have a little headquarters to meet up and search. So if anybody is in Tennessee, wants to help, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee 37075. Make sure you show up to that location and be ready to search for Sebastian Rogers.
Thank you so much, and you have a blessed Easter, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Shout out to her for the phone call. I don't know. I do see some people in chat. They got different opinions when it comes to this case. If you have a different opinion, don't be afraid to call in. We want to hear it. 206, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hi, this is Cassie Roku.
Cassie, it's been a long time. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
You know, hanging in there. Talking to you right now. What's your thoughts here?
Okay, got a couple. Number one, Nina's that was incredible, and I believe her. And when she said that Chris called her and she wouldn't answer, and then he called 911 to get in touch with her, and then he told her that Sebastian was missing, and she said, "I thought you had security cameras," and he didn't say anything. He wouldn't respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
But then she said, "Well, you know, we're going to court," and he said, "I'm not going to be there. We're not going," or something like that. And then we hear that her little girl saw Chris hit Sebastian. So I'm wondering if he got taken away for whatever happened, so he wouldn't be involved with that court case.
Interesting. Then this court case was March 4th, correct? Or the 5th?
Yes, 4th.
I remember I heard it. I was listening last night. We were sitting here and we watched the whole thing to its entirety. I wasn't even going to come on, but I ended up coming on surprisingly last night. And we had watched this video. I heard March 4th or 5th. There was a trial. And did you hear what he said? What she said about the bat? And I'm gonna beat your face, or I forget how he said it. Beat your face in, or she said it.
The stepfather did that. I mean, Chris's parents, the dad.
Oh my goodness.
So the ones that followed them and everything, and almost, you know, and was talking about backing up into her at the airport. So that's that's one of the things. The second thing is, okay, so Seth said last night that, you know, they were going to continue the search today. And then from the United Cajun Navy said that they, you know, were going to quit. And then now a guy formerly with United Cajun Navy is going to help search. Formally. So they're still involved, you know. I mean, I don't know what that's all about, but and then all the town, you know, getting upset with the United. And see, everybody needs to say United Cajun Navy, because the regular Cajun Navy came out and said they're not a part of United Cajun Navy, you know, and so they wanted to make that clear. Because United Cajun Navy is not the same as Cajun Navy.
Right.
And so, you know, and it still goes back to the other young man that they tried to make claim that they found him, and they didn't. And they have people in Tennessee thinking they found him, and they won't correct that.
Riley Strain?
Yes.
Wow. Interesting. I thought it was them that went down there in because it said that they want to join them from the Riley Strain.
You need to pull up Narked Diver. They were the divers that were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened was United Cajun Navy came down there. Yeah, they were down there. But you know, on the divers and all that, they made it so they put them in the background. They put themselves in the background of all those boats. They only had that one kind of airboat that they used like as a prop, basically. And so, see, they put themselves in there like all of the divers and everything else was theirs. And that's not true. All those divers and everything were not theirs. They were not a part of it. You need to pull up that video from Naked Diver. They were the divers that were there, and they said they have nothing to do with the United Cajun Navy. So they put them in the background as a prop to make it look like they were a part, that was their team, and it wasn't. And they didn't find him. One of the workers for the barge, found him, and the TikToker found the credit card. So they're making it out like they found him, and they didn't.
That's crazy. So they're making it sound like they found him when they didn't, but the person that you told me to just search up is the actual people.
Yes.
Damn. Like, what is going on?
Because they're a scam. And see what they wanted to do. Is
this a circus? Is this a circus that we got going on down here? Searching for this boy?
Yes. And see what they want to do. Why they're trying to get all the YouTubers and everything out, because the YouTubers, are making money. With donation. People don't. The followers.
They want that.
Huh?
They want that.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's crazy because I don't even ask for nothing. Like, if I say I don't even ask nobody for nothing anyway. So why, like, these people just are annoying. They're actually asking people, hey, donations. You can make donations directly to the Cajun Navy it's like,
that's why they want your driver's license, so that they can email you on it like a newsletter or anything, and keep asking for donations. And plus, that's how they get. That's how they get information to follow people and information to put out. I don't know if you've seen this, but all the restraining orders they've gotten on searches for people had people arrested, everything else, because they're trying to break it down. Because, okay, what if here you are, United Nations Navy, Cajun Navy, coming down their little airboat that they park behind the restaurant, I don't know that they ever put that airboat in any water. They just park it behind there as a prop. And so how's it going to look if YouTubers or TikTok or whoever comes down there and they're searching and they find something, and then you've got, this big team that they're supposed to be United Cajun Navy, they're not the ones finding it. How's that going to make them look? So they want to get rid of all the people, and all the people filming, so they don't film exactly what the United Cajun Navy's doing.
Could you send me some email, or can you send me an email on the person?
I'll send you the video
and some stuff attached.
The what?
The person that you were talking about that found.
Yeah, I'll send you the video. I'll send you the video right now so you can look at it, because I'm telling you, it's just crazy the way they manipulated that.
It's hokey.
So I'll send it to you right now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking for that. I want to see this hokey BS.
Okay, dope. Bye.
God bless you, Cassie. Thank you so much. Shout out to Cassie. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. Again, last night, Seth said people were following him around. Who were those people that are following him around? Also, Seth said that he seen his son on video last night. That's why he felt smiling. That's why he had seen his son a video. Over the head for that. 740, you're on the show. Talk to me. You're live.
Hi, T.
How are you doing?
Hey, as a grandmother and a mother, I have to say one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I would never leave my home. I probably would not have even taken a shower, changed my clothes. I would not leave my home thinking that my child would come back, because my granddaughter went missing. She was 14. And within 24 hours, I had the FBI involved and everybody else. I did not leave my home. There's something wrong with any woman who would leave her home, get in a camper, and leave the state with her child missing.
Right.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Any mama is a mama bear. She is going to be right there waiting for that baby. And she never even offered to look. Nothing. I'm sorry. There's something wrong there.
I got to put this out here last night and say that. What did Seth say exactly? This is why I need to talk to Seth personally, because I got some really good questions that I need to ask him. But he did say that him and Chris searched together. Did you know that him and Chris searched together at the around the beginning when he went missing?
No.
He said that last night on the Pascal interview. He said that he went searching with Chris one time, and then Pascal asked if it was awkward. I don't know. You'd have to see it, but it is weird. Has she went out and searched for him? That was also
right. Yeah. No, according to what I'm hearing, everyone's saying she has not. But for her to leave and go with him in that camper and leave the state knowing her child is missing, I mean, I'm sorry. That's not a motherly thing to do.
Absolutely not.
And with the police going directly to that landfill, they're not buying it either.
I agree. They're not buying it. Not one.
No. But as a mother, I pray that this baby does get found. But I'm sorry, as a mother, as a grandmother, something is not right here.
And they need that. And this is the problem. A lot of people, excuse me, aren't understanding is that they got to have probable cause. You get what I mean? They have to have probable cause, a sign of a crime, whether it's blood, whatever. They have to have something. I know a lot of people want them to be brought in and questioned, and they probably already have, ladies and gentlemen. You just got to accept the fact that they probably lawyered up now. Allegedly, this is me speculating, but lawyered up, if anything, besides one going in and speaking about whatever. So again, they probably lawyered up. They cannot be talked to without any evidence of a crime. If they have evidence of a crime and enough to arrest them, they'd be arrested. And if they go to question them and they say, we want a lawyer, they can't question them. So guess what? It stays right where it stands at. They can't do jack nothing about anything without evidence of a crime scene.
I understand that. It has to be so challenging for law enforcement. So challenging.
It is so challenging, and it's heartbreaking too, because this is a 15-year-old boy that a lot of people, like his dad, would know that he's not gonna just go missing out of his house. He's not just gonna.
Well, and according to his dad and Chris's ex-wife, Chris is trying to get their little girl, custody of that little girl. And then they're trying to get the boys going with his dad. Is that so there'll be room for the little girl? And is it true that Chris has not been with her since February? Did he give her an ultimatum? I'm not coming home till that boy's gone.
That's a good point. I mean, was there some type of ultimatum?
Yeah,
I've heard what I'm talking about that. I have,
because that way he was due to have court on the 5th of March to try and get custody of his girl. And that autistic little boy was supposed to be gone by that time.
Man, this is just so heartbreaking to think that this little boy is out there and he has suffered 5 weeks. I mean, we know what the weather's like, right? The weather off and on. He would not be able to survive the terrain out there and in the weather, etc.
Not at his age and not with his impairment. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'd be surprised.
I hope and pray. I mean, all we can do is hope and pray.
But I get what you're saying with the theory that you brought out. I've actually heard it a couple times.
As a mama bear, I would not leave my home. I would be so distraught. I mean, I'll be waiting for someone to say he's here, or hear a knock on the door, waiting. I mean, that's what I went through when my granddaughter went missing, and she was 14.
Oh, wow.
And she was placed in foster care at that point.
I'm sorry to hear
temporary foster care. So I understand, at that age and not knowing. And it was the middle of the night that she went missing.
That's crazy.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
I'm sorry to hear that. Middle of the night. How long did she go missing for?
Well, within 24 hours, I had the FBI on it, and I called the governor because her caseworker had not even reported her missing. I had to go file the police report.
I'm sorry to hear that. That must have been.
Yes.
You must have been out of your mind for that 24 hours.
So I'm telling you, I have been that in that place with a 14-year-old, scared and ran away because she didn't understand. You know, why can't I be home with my mom? There was friction there. She was pulled out. She panicked and she ran, and no one had any idea what happened.
Wow. I appreciate
But I'm telling you, I did not leave. I waited for that call.
Well,
I was woke up in the middle of the night by police officers. That's how I found out.
I could only imagine what went on from there. You probably were out of your mind.
Well, it took them, I think, a week to find her. And they found her curled up on a playground in one of those tube sliders.
God bless her heart.
Yeah.
Alive, right?
Alive. Yes. Yes.
Oof. Woo.
So I'm coming. You're coming from experience. This is experience.
I appreciate
I
you
never
following up with
slept.
that.
I never ate. I mean, I was beside myself, and that was my granddaughter. You know,
God bless your soul.
my firstborn granddaughter, and I was beside myself. But I never left my home. I knew if she can find me, she will be here. She'll come. You know.
Yeah.
And for that mother to take off like she did and leave the state, no.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. I appreciate you calling in and telling your story. I mean, I can't imagine what you're feeling when someone is actually lost and you have law enforcement involved and you're now seeing how deep it is because they can't be found. I appreciate you calling up and speaking from a place of experience and speaking.
Yeah, because the only thing
out
that
for
they
Sebastian.
knew
I
was,
appreciate that.
well, the only thing law enforcement knew was a dark colored SUV picked her up. And when they ran my vehicle, I had a dark colored SUV.
Wow.
So they thought I had taken her. That's the only way I found out she was missing.
Wow. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you for sharing that here with us exclusively. And I hope you have a blessed Easter and you never have to go through that ever again. But we're here for Sebastian Rogers.
That's right. And we will not give up.
And I appreciate you being a part of that, speaking out and sharing your story because of Sebastian Rogers. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
You stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693.
Be true.
I want to hear from
you right now, an all-star panel.
We're not done.
But first,
we're not done.
What's
going on, Melissa? Welcome to the stream.
Us, Katie and Chris.
Foghorn Patty said, a victim. Sorry. Nope. These monsters have been together for years. 641, what's going on? You are live on the stream. How are you doing tonight?
I think Mom knows more than she's telling.
Talk to us. Tell us more.
I don't know more. I just don't like. She makes no eye contact. There's no emotion to that woman. She's already grieving, that kid.
Can you mute the background for me and you be good?
I just think she knows more.
You think she knows more?
Look at her.
Can you mute your background noise for me? Because we can hear the stream playing through. She said she hung up. She said, nope, not doing it. Call in 219-885-9693. We appreciate your voice regardless, even 45 seconds. It's all good. She said the mom knows more than she. Yeah, I agree.
Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing.
You said Chris' parents helped
to both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go
You're live.
Hey, it's Guidance. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there, Guidance. Oh, Guidance to the building. What's going on, Guidance? What have you seen out there?
I feel you.
Share with us. We're on the edge of our seat.
I've been just scrolling, but has anybody been because I haven't been able to look, but has anybody brought up how Chris said he's been in Sebastian's life since he was 8?
No, actually, no one has. So since he was 8 years old.
Well, right, and he said that, I believe, on Smiley's interview. I think if I'm might be wrong, let me know.
Nobody's brought it up to me here. Absolutely not.
Well, he's been adamant. He's been in his life since he was 8. So that makes 7 to 8 years if you do the math, right?
Thank you, Liz. Yes.
And how old is his daughter?
About the same age, ain't she?
She's 6.
Hold up. His daughter's 6 years old?
I believe so. Is chat saying different? That's what I think so. I think she's 6.
I don't know his daughter's age at all. I don't know his daughter's age at all.
So in that interview, when she talks about the other woman, do you think it could be Katie? And then that makes me question, who's she more loyal to, Chris or Sebastian?
That's a good question.
Because also there was speculation that there could have been an affair when she was still with Seth with Chris as well. I haven't confirmed that. I've just heard that. But I'm just curious if anybody brought up those timelines
Absolutely not.
and if we could vet that.
Nope.
Because
nobody's
then that
brought it
would.
up.
How long has he been abusive to Sebastian if that's the case, if she was the other woman?
Goodness, man, it's.
You know what I mean?
Great question. It's great points too. You're right. I believe Faith is 7 years old. Okay, Faith is 7, so around 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Faith will be 7 in June. Damn, Chad is on top of that. Yes, I mentioned it. His daughter is 6 or 7. I said last night, so he was with Katie long before his divorce. Okay, I got you, Amy. So I don't know if you're sorry. You speculating that Katie's the woman that he cheated on her with, allegedly?
Yeah.
I
guarantee it. If you look at the timeline, that is, since Sebastian was 7 and 8, that's 7 to 8 years. His daughter's 6 to 7. Because his birthday is what, December, I believe.
Let me be honest with not be honest with you, but let me go ahead and just drop it to you like this. What are your thoughts when you look at that interview? Do you think that she's scorned, or do you think that she's being truthful?
100% truthful, because I've been in her shoes.
Just looking at her, I felt her, like, I'll just give you my opinion. When I watched the interview, I felt her emotion, and she didn't hesitate to jump into any of the story whatsoever. Didn't stutter one bit, nothing. Flawlessly told the story. And with emotion, and I felt that. But some people, I seen different opinions when we watched it back last night, and I respect those opinions. But I believe her, allegedly.
It's also harder when you live, and this is just my opinion, because I lived extremely sheltered, and then once everybody died, that shelter was gone, and I was 22. So when you go from you're sheltered, you don't think that those things could happen until your feet are in those shoes. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Sometimes they sound so outrageous to somebody that they're like, nah. And in reality, it's somebody's reality, because it's you never know what somebody's going through behind the closed doors. And I honestly believe her, because let's just say I've been in her shoes and still fighting that custody battle.
You're not in her shoes no more, are you?
No.
Good.
No, but I'm still going through the custody battle.
Prayers are with you on that, guidance.
Thank you. But it's just, I was curious. How long has he been in Sebastian's life? If he's been in there adamantly 7, 8 years old, he stuttered there when he said his age, and
so for about 7 years,
his daughter. So he was messing with Katie before, or right around the same time she got pregnant, if not prior to that. And that makes me question if that's the one that made the text, because they both were in California. Remember?
Yep.
And that's where he was headed, right? I think. Now I'm questioning myself.
I mean, there was a lot being said, so I could understand you questioning some certain things. There was a lot said. A lot.
I left my notepad downstairs.
It's all good. There was a lot to take in from the interview, not only just that interview, but Seth's interview too.
Oh yeah, and with Seth's interview, and then listening back to Pascal's interview and listening to her interview, I started thinking of all of these different scenarios to where give him grace. And here's my first scenario: that who did they piss off? Did they piss off the wrong person? Because when you piss off the wrong person, who do they go for? They don't go for your car. They don't go for your house. They go for your one weakness.
Your family.
100%.
Your family.
I was one of those kids to a situation like that. And my dad chased him out with a
I kind of feel
shotgun.
like that woman had PTSD too. Like, I'm like, damn.
Oh, it gives you PTSD. Yeah, you could feel it when she talked.
Just
And
the way that she crumbled down into the emotion was like, damn, is this PTSD?
you can tell when it's real and when there's just verbiage coming out. Verbiage. And there's no emotion. She was raw, and I felt she was real. Now, could some of it be exaggerated? Of course, because it was pretty traumatic. But being that she had to get her lawyer's approval to say this, and in the middle of a court case, if she lied, they'd have her ass in court.
Do you think this affects anything when law enforcement sit and look back, like the stuff coming out? Do you think that they're looking at this?
Oh yeah, they look at 100%, 120%. They're looking at all of the options, and I think they already started looking at it before the fact when they started looking in the landfill. But so it's just guaranteed. Now they're going to do victimology and character analogy onto him, and it's just, what was the motive? Did he just run away? Did somebody come in? Because I was replaying last night. I was like, had my mind going. And I was like, well, if he did piss off the wrong person, and Nick Barris showed the video of the two shadows in and two shadows out of the house, I was like, that could be plausible, but would it be possible? Then I thought of another scenario. How far does their family have reach?
There's a lot. What do you say to those people who say that this is hindering the investigation of the disappearance of Sebastian?
It's opening people's eyes. There's certain things that definitely would not be out that would hinder the case. Every case has leaks. Every case has banter like this.
It does. You're right. I mean, you could bring up Letitia, you can bring up Harmony, you can bring up multiple different cases and relate here. With Quentin Simon, Delphi. Yeah, keep going. There's a lot of banter, and you're right about it. I'm glad you said that, because there's banter in every single case. And this one yet to has a result. There's no end result yet. Sebastian hasn't been found. He's still missing off the face of this earth, ladies and gentlemen. So there's no answers. There's no answers. And what's everybody trying to do? Find an answer somewhere. Who could have did something with Sebastian to the point where he disappeared and you can't find him?
And I look at this in the creator's mindset is when I create or highlight a missing child, I think of, well, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, but you still have that kid's face and the story out there. And you have more of a background of what that kid went through, or what motives were if he were to run away, or if he was taken, or if somebody just wanted him out of the scene completely. You need to know, you need to make that missing person a person, because so many people will highlight missing people and they just see their faces, not their stories.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is so sad. Like, just thinking, that's the first thing I did today when I woke up today. And I just woke up a little bit ago and came straight in here and got online. I was up all night on here, got off, went to bed at like 6, 7 a.m. Woke up midday. Look, the first thing I look for is I type in Sebastian Rogers. Just I want to see if he was found. Nothing.
Sebastian,
That's
Elijah,
the same shit. I'm
Madeline.
like, wow, another day this kid is missing.
Yep. And it brings you more connected to the case and more awareness, and that brings more people to remember his face. People may think it's hindering the case. Anything that you do could potentially hinder any case.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact is we're keeping his face and his story and his name out there.
And that's the whole point.
Exactly, because everybody's going to speculate. Everybody's going to have their opinions, agree to disagree, whatever it may be. The most important part is being the voice for the kid that doesn't have the parents being the voice, and Seth is one that stands up, and he has my support 100,000,000%. Because look at Summer Wells, look at Oakley Carlson, look at the Cal City boys.
Yeah, okay.
They don't have parents standing up in their corner. Cal City boys did, but not the ones that had custody, not the ones that should be. And then they don't realize it goes to national news, and they go, "Oh, I done fucked up."
Mm-hmm. Fucked up big time.
You know,
because it's all over the world now.
Yeah,
it's
just like Oakley Carlson, they're blaming her lighting the couch on fire,
right?
And telling her siblings that she got ate by a wolf. It's just astronomical.
Ate by a wolf.
Do you remember that? Did you hear that?
No,
Yeah.
It sounds sickening as hell.
Yeah. And the adoptive parents that have become a part of these children's lives,
mm-hmm.
except for, granted, the Cal City boys, they're the ones that are crying and hurting and need our support and our backing. Instead of the circus freaks that are sitting there worrying about how they perceive themselves online, instead of giving two shits as long as their kid's name's out there.
Yeah, you should never worry about the negative bullshit, because there's always going to be negative bullshit.
Exactly. It comes with the territory when you go into social media.
Got to accept
any media
it and move by it. You're going to have more support than hate. But again, guidance, I don't know. This case is wild. Sebastian is still missing. We're hearing wild stories coming out. A lot of people are calling her the scorned lover, but I think that she just was in a bad relationship with this guy, and some things happen. But again, the things that we're hearing from her, have those things happened over here with Sebastian? I mean, we heard about this belt incident one time, and Seth Rogers had to find out per social media rather than per, CPS, per Katie, per anything. He had to find this out on Smiley's channel that his son, they had a case with CPS, but the belt incident didn't make it. It didn't make it to CPS. The belt incident did. So
I'm not shocked by that at all, because let me just tell you about my little background with the custody case I referenced.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that the other side overdosed in front of their kids until CPS had to figure out that there was another child involved, and she was in my custody.
That's crazy.
And they had to do their own footwork to figure this out, because sometimes they're only exposed to what they know, what the parent tells them right then. And I think, in my honest opinion, I think CPS needs a revamp on protocols and documenting of all of these cases, because the job is so hard. It's a constant turnover.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Wendy's keeps employees that longer than CPS workers. I don't even have the same caseworker when I got the protection order for my daughter.
Wow. Interesting.
So it's just, let me just say, I've seen cases. I've helped take care of foster kids,
mm-hmm.
and it's not realistic. It is realistic, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's
believable, because I've met people in those situations.
Well, this one is this is one of them. I don't know if this is one of them situations yet, as far as, well, I mean, obviously there was a situation here with him and Nina, but I'm saying in general, when it comes to the Sebastian Rogers case, We don't know what's going on. We don't even know what happened to him yet. And I don't want to, again, Chris has not been charged with anything. So we do have to make that front and center. He has not been charged. There's no charges on him or Katie or Seth or anybody at all whatsoever. All we know is Sebastian Rogers is still missing, and we want to know where he's at. Guidance, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian.
I just have one last thing on that second speculation.
Go ahead.
On the reach of how far the reach is. If they just wanted to get Sebastian away, and if they did have a security key, or the security code didn't magically go on, who would have been able to go in and get him and he knew enough to follow?
That's a good question.
And that's where I'm going to leave that, in case that could be another scenario too.
It could. It damn well could be. You never know. And I, again, appreciate you calling in, being a voice for Sebastian Rogers. Hopefully we have Seth on soon. I got some questions that I want to ask him. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for calling in.
God bless.
God bless you. Good phone call from her.
Joining me right now on All Star. It had been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out.
White Mafia.
You went to
200.
dinner.
What are we talking about?
To somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had
904, you're in the door. Talk to me. 904, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hold up. You there? Well, how you doing tonight, first of all? And happy early Easter to you, by the way.
Same to you. Same to everyone.
How are you doing tonight, by the way? And what are your thoughts on this case?
Well, I just want to say that Nancy Grace just went in on them like a detective in the interrogation room. I thought she did a great job with all of her questioning. And you can just tell the way that she's acting that she is just not believing their story whatsoever.
I agree with that because just the way that she talks to, if you watch other interviews where she's talking with parents of anybody, whether they're missing, etc., just look how she acts with them compared to this case.
Yes, and her facial expressions say everything. Oh, wow. And I just really don't think he ran away. The stepdad's been married 5 times. Like, that's a big, really big red flag. And listening to the ex-wife's video today was pretty upsetting, honestly. And I just don't get their story. Also, as far as living in that expensive home, not have cameras absolutely everywhere is absurd to me. I mean, I don't live in a huge house, but I still have them. And I just don't get it.
You're breaking up just a tad bit. I don't know if you have bad cell service, possibly.
It's possible.
I can hear you though now. You're clear now.
Okay. It might be because I have it on speaker. Or maybe turn that off.
You're fine. You're good.
But yeah, thanks for covering this like you do. I love listening to you and listening to your, opinions on this as well. Getting the word out for Sebastian. We all want him to be found.
Yeah, we're keeping eyes on him over here. I mean, we're keeping eyes. Because this case in general just bothers me. Every day I wake up, this is the first case I've been coming to right away. And just look, is he found? No, he's not found. Right, we need to go back out. We need to go back live and keep his name alive, because at this point, now we're seeing things change. We're watching people leave, like this United Cajun Navy group, whatever sector it was, come in and allegedly be death threats, and they're leaving. Okay, you guys are a search group, you got death threats, but you got police all around you, so why would you even leave in the first place? I don't know. I just feel like friggin' media circus and bullshit. If you got death threats, I get death threats, and if I go out to somewhere, I'm not scared. I'll go by myself.
Exactly. And why would you leave your home? Why would you leave your home? That is the most absurd thing to me. I mean,
these guys are in a group talking about death threats. We're going home. What do you mean? I get, like, if you're on the internet or you're somewhere, you're liable to get death threats. It's just a thing.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2024.
Yeah. And, just like with Riley, I mean, as far as, waking up and trying to figure out if somebody's been found, or, you're just wishing for that story to be at least solved, or, unfortunately coming to a tragic end, like for Riley, Strain. He was found. I mean, I just don't really think there's too many miles in between where Chris works and home. Like, I mean, I just don't really feel like they're going to find him. And I know that's horrible to say, and it's not very optimistic, but I mean,
that one's a sad one.
They're the parent, the mom and the stepdad. They're just very dry and bland, and just not very forthcoming with their answers. They're one-word answers, or just trying to placate. It just does not seem believable to me. I just don't get it. It's sad. But that's my take on it. I love listening to you. I'm pretty new to your channel, but I can't get enough of it. And I live in Florida. If I was way closer, I would be straight there signing up for a voluntary search group, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and again, for anybody who wants to do that, the new location again is the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Show up to that location tomorrow.
Yeah,
be closed, but
yeah,
they're every day, 7 days a week, from what I was being told. But I don't know. I mean, he said Sunday, take the day for the Lord, but
yeah,
I heard everything that he said, and I get it, and I respect it from Seth. But man, it's got to be heartbreaking for him. He's been out there boots to the ground every single day since he's been missing.
Yeah. And then they're going to be mad at him for having a GoFundMe page so that he's able to look for his child. Like, that's also ludicrous. It's ridiculous.
Very ludicrous.
I feel very bad for Seth, and I hope he gets some sort of closure to this, no matter how long it takes. It's heartbreaking. I couldn't imagine losing one of my children, or somebody even spanking them with a belt that's not their biological parent. That is, I would never allow that.
My thing is this, though. I feel like we live in an age where you don't even have to do that. I mean, all beating somebody's ass is going to do is make them more combative to you, and just raise the tempers and bars even more. You can do so much more by talking with wisdom and just showing examples than you can with taking your belt off. I'm just speaking for myself. When my ass was being beat, it just made me want to be worse.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But when I was taught something, when my grandmother taught me something, it didn't make me want to be worse. It made me want to learn.
Right.
So
it would hurt my feelings worse if I was in trouble as a child to hear my dad say, "I'm disappointed in you," versus having my butt whooped. I'm dead serious. That would get to me more and make me, make better decisions, than disappointing my dad or my mom, like those words hurt worse than getting your butt whooped. And like you said, it doesn't really teach you a lesson.
It does.
And you're also talking about an autistic child. I don't care how high functioning he was. If he's autistic in any shape or form, it doesn't need to resort to that.
Well, just think about it like this: when someone hits you, when someone hits you, what do you want to do back?
I want to get them. I want to get to them.
That's all I'm saying. When somebody hits you, what does it make you do? It makes you mad. It makes me
angry. Like,
person.
It's intolerable. I can't.
That person. It does. It makes you angry at that person. And I'm sorry. It's just not the way. It isn't. It is
not.
I mean, I've gotten my ass beat as a kid when I was younger, and I will say some maybe needed, but at the same time, it did make me angry. It did make me angry, and I remember those times of being angry, and it made me worse.
Yeah,
stages of being even more combative at that time.
Right.
So, again,
and it's something you won't forget.
No,
I mean,
you won't forget it all. And Thank you for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
Continue to cover this. We're going to continue to cover this extensively around the clock, talking about it. Who cares if Chris Proudfoot's in here and he don't like it? Who cares what's going on? Chris Proudfoot, I'm sorry, sir, but there's people talking. Your ex-wife is out here saying that you backhanded your daughter, right in the fucking lip and busted her lip open, and we're being too hard and spanking. I don't know. These things are coming out. I'm not saying it. They are. So God bless.
Yeah,
Thank
Chris
you for being
makes me sick. Yeah, keep up the good work. I'll be stay tuned in.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Sebastian Rogers, was he abused? Was he abused?
Then you came home that night.
What we know one time with a
around
belt.
9 p.m. You tell Sebastian
His daughter
to go to
busted her
bed.
lip
He says,
open.
okay, he goes to his room.
Allegedly.
Is that correct?
According to Nina.
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I
954, you're in the door. Talk to us. 954, can you hear me?
Hello.
757, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, Trev.
How are you doing, Donna? What's going on?
Trying to keep track of this case here. If I can get my TV to shut up.
She said, I'm trying to get my TV to shut up. What's going on, though? Talk to us.
Well.
And you're low today.
Can you hear me?
Low. You're very low.
Really?
Compared to usual.
How about now?
I can hear your dog louder than you.
I wonder why. That's kind of weird.
You sound okay, though. Go ahead.
I mean, the one thing I was thinking, you know, the area where they live, on his trip, I'm not saying that allegedly he did something. My mind is going to his trips to and from work.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you always hear about caves and little caverns and, you know, being there by the river and even septic tanks, you know, that are vacant. I mean, it sounds terrible, but this kid has been, you know, invisible. And I think when you were doing Spirit Box the other day, it said, I listened to it like for 5 minutes and then I got off of there, but I heard it say in a mound of dirt. In a dark mound. That's what I heard. And I was thinking that before I even heard that. I was like, this kid is not even seen anywhere. So he's got to be somewhere like put in a cavern or I don't, you know, my heart tells me I want him to be alive, but my heart's telling after all this time, chances are he's not unless he is with someone that is caring for him. And I think they need to look at the terrain better. I don't think the terrain.
Oh, the terrain. I thought you said a train. Okay, I got you. They need to look at the terrain better. If he ran out by the house though, did they search that whole entire area well enough?
Well, I sent you an email of
thousands of
there was a recording of the police talking on the radio the night he disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that one that I sent you?
Did you send it to the new email? Because I don't see it.
Oh, you know what? I may not have.
RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. I did switch the email again. RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. I see Cassie Roku's. She sent hers in. I did see that, Cassie. So I'm going to check that out too.
Because they were talking about seeing footprints and things like that. But my thoughts are these footprints would have continued.
Thank you, Evelyn, by the way. Yeah.
You know, dogs that come out to check for scent are trained, you know, if they're cadaver dogs, they're trained to find decomposition.
Right.
If they're, you know, they're each trained for something. Some are cross-trained to do other things. They've gone through all that, and they're still not finding anything. So if I were, you know, being that they're on that river and the route that he took to go to his job, I mean, those are the areas that I would look and train that people don't travel, you know, even parks, anywhere on that route that he's gone, because this boy's got to be, you know, somewhere secluded, somewhere that's a path that's not traveled very often. I just don't see.
Well, you know what? Well, you know what I thought was very interesting that I watched on an interview last night, and this came out of Seth's mouth. He said Chris knows the area good,
Right.
and that caught me. I got my eye on that for some reason, because when he spoke about it, again, him and Chris went out searching for Sebastian at the beginning. He said one time, and he rode passenger. He said Chris knew the area a whole lot better than him, and that just stuck with me through that interview. It
Well,
just
if you
did.
think about it, people are thinking about, well, he's a construction worker in Memphis. He's doing a job at the Children's Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
That's one job. He could have been anywhere in Tennessee. His jobs could have been anywhere. He could have traveled, closer to home. He could have been in all kinds of areas. Just because he's in Memphis doesn't mean he stayed there. He's like stationed to be there all the time. Whenever that job is finished, he goes elsewhere, I'm sure.
Who's being
But
mean
at the
to
same
who?
time,
Hold up. Who's being mean to who in chat? Nobody should ever be being mean to nobody. What you talking about, Zane? I don't allow nobody to be mean to anyone, and it's always respect. If there is disrespect in chat, then it needs to cut out. Nobody should be disrespecting anyone. First of all, it should be respectfully disagreeing and agreeing. And I pause, Donna. I'm sorry, I paused your time, but I just had to say that. I've seen Zane say, "Why are you allowing chat to be mean to Spivey?" I don't allow nobody to be mean to anyone. One and two, I don't control nobody. But three, I do have mods, and I do tell people to time people out for being disrespectful. So that if there is disrespect going on and people are disrespecting a certain person for their opinion, then that's absolutely wrong in every single way. Do I need to mod more people? What's going on? Do I need some more mods? Is there some stuff going on that I don't know about? I definitely don't want people disrespecting people. You know that we don't welcome that here in this chat. We definitely don't welcome disrespect to anybody. All opinions, I think free thinking is personally the best for everybody. Nobody should be controlling no narrative. We all should be able to talk what we want to talk about, as long as we're not disrespecting each other. You can have respectful debates, but please don't disrespect somebody else. I love you all. Okay, Donna, continue.
But I was thinking, this has been bothering me for at least a week because, his dad was happy. You saw him happy when he actually saw proof of life in that video that he saw. But that was early on. That was like when he first went missing.
Uh-huh.
Chris is, I believe, with his job alone. Now, I'm not sure how much she travels because they really haven't said too much about her job.
Right.
But for him, he could go anywhere, and as they're working on a job, they can come across things, like vacant lots, things that are not, they have to move because the site is unstable, because they might be, an empty septic tank, or say some kind of cavern or something in the ground. It could be anything. And so I think, there's a lot of land to cover. He's not showing up in the river. No one's found his body. He would have shown up by now if he was anywhere in that Cumberland River in that area. It could be further away. But then, the dogs aren't tracking him. It's almost like they put him he was in a vehicle, they took him somewhere, dumped him off. Mm-hmm. And I hate to say that, because no one wants to know that a child is no longer here. But the longer that this goes on, the less likely that he's alive, unless he's with someone specific. But who would he be with? The grandparents are accounted for. Family members are accounted for. And I'm sure that the police and the FBI, that they've gone through all these people in the family to make sure that no one has him. Did they say he was going into it? They were having a custody battle for him? Did they say that for certain? Have you heard anything about that?
A custody battle with Sebastian?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, allegedly, Seth was getting him in the summer. That was his words, and something about being enrolled in school too.
Okay. Yeah, I had heard something, but I wasn't sure if it was like for sure. But see, even so, unless he's with somebody, which is very unlikely, that's the kind of thing that I think they're going to have to do is move the search out, at least maybe 20 miles out, and see if they because it's got to be somewhere close by. I don't think it would be. I don't think he would take the chance if it was him allegedly doing this.
Right.
Take the chance of carrying him. And God, it just reminds me of Madeline. What's her name?
Mm-hmm.
Soda.
Soto, yeah, we covered that, and they went missing
You
at the
know?
same time. They went missing at the same exact time, around the same time,
Yeah, the
February
exact same
25th, going
day.
into
It
the
was the
26th.
same date, you know. But it just reminds me, you know, he's not going to carry a body of a child in his car, but so far, in the event that he gets pulled over, anything could happen. But I just think that they're staying too close to home. I think they need to extend that search area out further than what they have right now, because I don't think they're going to find him around there. I just don't.
I mean, how far is he getting on foot though, Donna? If he indeed again did get out on foot, how far is he gonna get?
He's not going to get very far because number one, he had no shoes. Number two, no coat. He's not. You know, the day that he disappeared, I looked it up. I think it was in the 60s that day. So he could have survived that night. But the very next day, I think it dropped into the 20s.
Mm-hmm.
He would not have survived the hypothermia.
No
that
way.
he would have come into, you know, he would have experienced being out in the environment, you know. And then he would have shown up at someone's house. I'm cold, or I'm lost, or, you know. So the chances are he could have fallen into something. He could have fallen into. Didn't you hear something about sewer?
Yeah.
One of your readings.
But I mean that's that though. Like I didn't hear that from a person.
No, I'm saying.
You know what I
I
mean?
heard in
So
one of your but one of your.
that's all a grain of salt with me though.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, but in
understand,
general, like one thing, I haven't heard that from a person. So I don't. I mean, we don't know if he's in.
That's the kind of
or
stuff
not.
I'm thinking of. I'm thinking like, I'm trying to think. Okay, if he's not physically walking around, they haven't
Right.
found him in the woods. What if he stepped on something and fell into something? You know, or you know, if he didn't do that, then someone took him somewhere.
And they said it was storming that night too. I don't know, Mary. I have no idea.
I just know that a storm came through. I don't know if it was a storm, but it was a weather front that came through that dropped the temperature from 60 to like 29 degrees or something. The second night. So anyway, those are just my
The
thoughts.
timeline. I posted a live timeline up on Twitter. I did. I posted a live timeline up there. And just the best that I could build it. Again, the timeline of events for Sebastian Rogers' disappearance is Monday the 25th, Monday the 26th of February. Sebastian Rogers is reported missing from his home in Tennessee. An endangered child alert is issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, which is TBI, on behalf of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office around 11:17 a.m., indicating he was last seen that day near Stafford Court in Hendersonville. Over 200 people, including K9 units, mounted units, helicopter crews, and drones, are dispatched to the area for Sebastian, covering a nearly 5-mile radius. On Tuesday the 27th, it says Tuesday the 27th February of 2024, the endangered child alert is elevated to an Amber Alert based on additional investigative information developed during the search. Thursday the 29th, the search efforts continue with several tips being investigated, including draining a pond east of Sebastian's home, but no significant findings are reported. Saturday the 2nd of March, a reward issued for information leading to finding Sebastian initially set at $3,000 by an anonymous group of business owners, later increased to $3,500. Monday, the 4th of March, authorities announced the scaling back of the ground search to focus more on the investigative aspects of the case. Sebastian's parents make their first public statement expressing their hope for his safe return and the emotional toll of the situation, which that was on the 4th Monday of March. Thursday, the 7th of March, the search extends to a landfill in White Plains, Kentucky, where trash from Sebastian's neighborhood ends up. This described as a precautionary measure to eliminate possible options, but it does not yield new information about Sebastian's whereabouts. Sunday, the 10th of March, in an interview, Sebastian's stepfather expresses his fears for Sebastian, his usual reluctance to go far without shoes due to a child experience with fire ants. A search dog traces Sebastian's scent to a construction site, allegedly, but it leads to a dead end. Thursday, the 14th, home security video shows activity outside the Rogers home on the night Sebastian vanished. with 2 lights seen moving toward each other, which investigators are reviewing for more clues, but are almost at the conclusion that it was a trash truck. Throughout this period, the community and authorities have shown remarkable dedication to finding Sebastian, with the search covering extensive ground and employing various methods. The lack of conclusive evidence or sightings has made the search particularly challenging, but efforts continue with the hope of bringing Sebastian home safely. Again, that's the timeline that I could come up with. There's really not much more to fit in there. There's really not much more to fit in there. That's really basically all we know, which there is a little bit more information. But when it comes to the timeline, Donna, I don't know. This case, I think that something is wrong here. And something is really wrong with him. And I appreciate you calling in. And you said what?
I was just going to say real quick, it's just kind of funny to me that, Chris Proudfoot doesn't disclose the dates that he's returned. He's come and left between the time that he went in January to the time that the boy disappeared, Sebastian. So it's just those time frames I think are very important. But anyway, I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I love everybody, and y'all have a good night.
You too. God bless you. Happy Easter, by the way, Donna.
Oh, you too. And happy Easter to everybody else.
Thank you. Goodbye, Donna.
Bye-bye.
Stay vigilant, lock them doors. Shout out to her.
Dan, from previous statements you made, that
Hold up,
you
one
went to
second.
bed
I want to watch
around
this for a second.
midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
Big sus, Chameleon
And
says.
to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And please excuse.
Hold up. I got to pull this up. This is what Cassie was talking about on her phone call. Again, the United Cajun Navy scam video. This is what Cassie Roku had sent in. Let's check it out. This is on the page. Hold up. Narked divers. So again, baited by United Cajun Navy scam. Listen to this. Let's check it out.
What's happening, y'all? It's Trey Narc Divers. I told you all I'm not really here to make friends. I'm here to build a team, work with people with the same mindset.
That's
so,
crazy.
When we were down in Nashville, Tennessee,
I got it. Cassie. Thank you.
Recovery, Integrity Canine Services, and myself were up on the bank doing our due diligence, checking out the ground, checking out vantage points, looking into the waterway. We were approached by the TikTokers and News Nation. They asked us why we were there, what we were doing, what our game plan was. We told them, and then they asked us if they could come on Ronnie's brother Underwater Recovery's boat. And Ronnie said, well, we really don't have the room. We're trying to do our search. They were very persistent, and they asked if could they meet us at the boat ramp we were going to be deploying from, and we exchanged contact information. We deployed from the boat ramp that we went to, Shelby Park boat ramp.
He's saying he was there. He said he deployed from a boat ramp.
We're doing our search. We did our search, then we looked at the vantage points, found out where he possibly could have went in at, right? We go back to get our dive gear. They're at the boat ramp. They end up on the boat, no harm, right? They gave us some information for Riley's dad.
So again, if you were just coming in, we're watching a video. Cassie sent this in to me. She was talking about it on her phone call. If you heard her call in, the United Cajun Navy, the scam, etc. This is a video on that.
And then we went back with the cameraman, and the man from Mr. Flag, Cajun Navy, was present on the bank, ironically, right?
Mr. Flag.
He was not there the entire morning when we were there, but, he could have been anywhere else, right? So just an uneasy feeling that we got. So I'm just going to play this clip from a different news company or news station. We have several watercraft. That's Flag from Cajun Navy, right? He's saying we have several watercraft. What you're seeing is the cameraman from News Nation. You got Ronnie operating the boat. You got the K9 and Integrity Canine Services, correct? And then they're filming this, portraying this as it's Cajun Navy. So as they orchestrated everyone coming out, supposedly, right? And then you have this.
They went missing, and the flow rate has significantly reduced as well.
So you got him talking a bunch. I got to be careful what I play and don't play for copyright
It
reasons.
is a relative.
You got me, Integrity Canine
slower than
Services.
it was, but
I think Seth
and
has
Ronnie
someone
operating
pick him
boat,
up now as
cameraman,
asking in the spot.
and we're getting ready to deploy, right?
Really, Bruce?
Well, that's my next question. When you say that the river's down, is that helpful? Because there's
crazy.
presumably more embankment that you could.
So they go on to spiel, yada yada, and they go on, and then she says,
Germany, I'm just looking at the pictures of divers in the water. I understand
Divers,
they started
plural,
diving
right?
Saturday. Where do you even begin diving? Like, what is it?
It's kind of common sense on where you would start searching and diving. And then she says, why would you plant that flag? The flag is there so I don't get ran over by a boat for the second time of my life.
Okay, so pretty much, I think this is the guy that's diving right here. He's talking about the flag and basically defending that. Okay, I see what's going on.
I'm not planting a flag. That flag's for me so I don't get ran over. It's kind of common sense. They found the debit cards, credit cards right there at the location, right? So we just want to clear the area because we're not getting any hits on sonar or with the dog. She goes on to ask him some questions that he can't answer about the dog, about me, or about Ronnie and the boat and what we're doing there while we plant that flag. And the entire time we're there, you got News Nation, Cajun Navy planting all this information, and they're just running with the story, running with whatever. And then we all just thought, oh, well, it is what it is, correct? Just let it be. And then I see this video come out.
Single person out there that has been following
JLR.
JLR Investigates to
Thank you,
stay
Nicole. I
away
appreciate it.
from the United Cajun Navy. They are a complete scam. And I don't come on very often ever talking about drama.
So if you listen to this man's story, he's going to explain it
It's all right,
150
Amy.
times better than what I ever could. I'll have the link to his video in the description. Check him out. He's spitting 100% truth. So you got News Nation and Cajun Navy, for whatever reason, are like this, and they're painting narratives, talking about the river, talking about Cajun Navy bringing out boats, and all this stuff. And at the end, if you watch the live, like the debriefing, when Riley's poor family is up there.
All right. So my question here would be, with this video, would be, what does this have to do about Sebastian Rogers? I mean, I get it that the Cajun Navy, whatever, these guys are claiming this, that, and the third, but what does this have to do with Sebastian Rogers? It sounds like a bunch of fucking people fighting for the spotlight. This is sick. I'm just saying exactly what I feel right off the fucking top of my head. It's like, okay, I get it. Now we got these, we're having human battles and we're going neck and neck when the thing that we should be focused on is the United Cajun Navy, right? That's what we should be focused on, the United Cajun Navy. No, we should be focused on Sebastian Rogers. That's what my thoughts are on that. Now, I get it. It's effed up. There's a little circus going on to the left, but don't get too entertained with that circus and get off the main focus here. Sebastian Rogers is our main focus. We want to know where Sebastian Rogers is. I don't want to get too far off too far off in the circus. I get it. There's some corrupt companies, corrupt people, corrupt all different things. I know that. I get it. But at the same time, let's not take off the focus and time from Sebastian Rogers and getting his story out there. That's my thoughts on it. And it is effed up, the narrative running on platforms, but it just doesn't happen on media, ladies and gentlemen. This shit happens on YouTube too. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get our head too far out. The media doesn't just do this shit. People do this. This is what people do. They do weird shit to pull the spotlight on them. That's it. Point blank, period. Now, screw this Cajun Navy, whatever they did, whatever, screw that. This is about Sebastian Rogers. Let's get back to it. It's crazy.
Please excuse any of my questions. I'm
That's just
simply
my thoughts on that.
trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Shy, that's a good point. That is a good point. Aren't they hindering? They are. In general, this little battle that they're having, they shouldn't be having a battle with YouTubers or anybody. The same goal is to find Sebastian Rogers. So I don't agree with them turning people away and throwing them and running them off. And I don't agree with the death threats either. I think that people should leave their egos behind them. Leave your fucking ego at the door and get out here and search, or do something to make some noise for Sebastian Rogers and keep his name into the spotlight until he is found. But instead, we're arguing and fighting, and people, oh, well, you can't search, show your ID. And it's like, what is really going on? You're turning people away, whether it be this fake United Cajun Navy group, or whether it be a YouTuber, or whether it be a TikToker, a Facebooker. I don't care who it is, but we're turning people away because of that, because people have egos. That's how I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it like as we all got egos, so let's go ahead and just do this. No. Drop that shit at the door, and this is about Sebastian Rogers.
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
Annoying.
You were not home.
It's annoying. I ain't even gonna lie.
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
Yeah, that's what I think, Dennis. Egos.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Bullshit. Thank you, by the way. Did Nanny say why Sebastian wasn't allowed her what? Sebastian wasn't allowed his dog? Bullshit. What are you asking? Let me see. Let me try to read this. Did Nanny say why Sebastian wasn't allowed? I'm gonna have to maybe correct. Allowed his dog? I'm not sure. That was never talked about. Jackie, thank you, by the way. I appreciate you guys' support. Bullshit, I'm trying to see what you're saying. When law enforcement, you said when law enforcement arrived, was mom put together makeup, clothes? I'm not too sure. When mom or when law enforcement arrives, was mom put together makeup, clothes? No, not that I know of. Makeup, clothes.
Project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing. So I understand.
Thank you, by the way. I
When
appreciate
you
Irma.
are home, do you two sleep in the same
Hey,
bedroom?
Irma.
Yes, ma'am.
414, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV Extoring. I've talked to you before on other cases.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, and God bless you too.
Thank you so much.
Listen, I have a great grandson that's autistic, and he couldn't talk from 0 to 6, and he's going to be 9 this year. He's been in school now and the whole thing, and they put him at, the highest level. He's functioning and the whole thing. But people have to understand that is what the doctors and that is what the schools, how they rate them. He does great in school. But like Sebastian, if he would have been left out, my grandson, if he's left out on his own 3 blocks from home, he would never find his way back. So it just bothers me when people say, oh, they're high functioning. High functioning in what they rate them as, but that is not always the truth to the outside world. That is not how it works. That is the school system, how they're doing in school, and that's what the doctors say. And it depends on the doctor, it depends on the teachers. Sebastian, I do not think this child was as high functioning as everybody might think. And I do believe going into the teenage years, he was changing, obviously. And there was some real crazy crap going on there. I believe, truthfully, this mother is involved. This stepfather is involved. This is a horrible situation.
You believe they both have knowledge of where Sebastian is right now, allegedly?
Absolutely. And I hope I'm wrong.
That's what I'm getting at, because I get these videos. I understand where people are coming from with this United Cajun Navy and different things and people running people off. But what I'm trying to say here is, if we took the extra steps to ignore a lot of this bullshit and stay on the focus, there wouldn't be so much driven drama to the point where we are now focused on these other videos that are just about narratives and media running with narratives when they've been doing this for years. The media's been doing this shit for years, and I'm privy to it.
You know,
but I don't want to keep giving them the shine on that. I want to help and do whatever I possibly can to keep Sebastian Rogers' name out there.
I believe you do. I believe a lot of these medias, they just want to keep this rolling for a while because, you know, and they're not helping. They're not helping. No, they're not helping.
I agree.
This child is missing, and I hope to God this child is still alive. But I'm telling you, something went really wrong. Something went really wrong, and it went wrong at that house. He didn't just dodge out of this house, no shoes, supposedly, whatever. Something went really wrong, and this stepfather, who has a history of abuse. I have been in those situations. I'll tell you what, give me flowers and a card. I filed for divorce immediately and took my 2 daughters and said, I don't care if I come out with nothing. And I owned a home. I ran. I'm telling you, there is something wrong here. When you have a person that has a history of abuse, they don't just stop abusing unless they are stopped. Legally, whatever. You know, they don't just stop. So something really wrong went here, and I think it's going to come out really bad. And I pray it doesn't, but that's just my feeling.
What do you think happened that night? When they went to this place, when they went to the location of BJ's, and they went to this place out to eat, and Seth seen this footage of his son alive. What do you think happened that night for him to go missing? Do you think that he even made it back home at this point? Allegedly?
I really don't. I think something went wrong. You have to understand, with autistic children, even on the spectrum, that is like a super hype. That's, you know, like, wow, what a great thing, you know? And
yes,
they're
ma'am.
super hyped up. And I think something went really wrong. And I think that mom knows. That mom knows, and that stepdad knows. I'm telling you, they know. They know, and it's horrible. It's horrible. They know. And I think she's just as guilty as the stepdad, because she has allowed this for how many years? And then you have this court case coming up. There's just too many coincidences going on here. I think that they were afraid Sebastian would talk. He would talk about being abused or something. He would talk. And I think he was abused. I think there was more going on here for a long time than anybody knew. That child was shut up. And then the thing with autistic children, with many autistic children, is they get hurt, and then you give them love, and they're willing to love again. And that's the craziest part of them. They are lovers. They are lovers.
Right.
And they are forgivers. And I'll tell you what, I think something really went haywire here, and it's not good. That child cannot just run away. No, he didn't.
And my thing is, what could he have did so bad to make somebody want to hurt him? Allegedly, if he was hurt at all, we don't know. Again, he's missing at this point.
A person that wants to abuse people don't need an excuse. They just abuse. It can be anything that triggers them, and they just abuse. Abusers abuse.
That's a fact.
They don't have to have a reason. They just abuse. And I've seen it. I've lived it. I'm telling you, it doesn't take much. It could be a fly on the wall, and you said, "Damn, there's a fly on the wall," and bam, they just snap. It's something wrong with their makeup. There's something wrong with their makeup. They don't just become abusers. They are abusers. And abusers don't change unless they get serious mental help. And it could take years. And that doesn't even mean that'll change them. There is something
that'll trigger
there's
it back.
Wrong. Yeah, there's
Yep.
something wrong. There's something wrong. I've been in all kinds of situations in my life, and I have never abused. Never. My children could tell you, they're in their 40s. They could tell you they've never been hit. Yes, was I a screamer? Don't touch the stove. Don't do this. Yes, I was. But I did not ever physically touch them. And yes, abuse can come in the verbal sense too. I agree with that. But I'm telling you, this Chris guy has a history, and there is something wrong here. And now with the court hearing, and this is too close for comfort. This whole thing is too close for comfort. And he was going to go with his real gag. Oh yeah, he was going to spill some crap that they did not want known. And that's what I believe happened. Something happened there.
Yeah.
Something happened. Yeah.
Something foul play, I think so in my mind at this
Oh,
point. But I'm
absolutely.
holding out my hope for Seth. I'm holding out my hope for
I am
Seth and the
too.
rest of the family.
I say my prayers. I'm hoping, but I think this is going to be a bad one. It's going to be a bad one. I just pray and hope that mom and that Chris, when this comes out, if that child is found deceased, that they pay for this, because they definitely caused this.
Well, again, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers tonight.
Thank you.
We're going to
Have
continue to
a-
cover this, and as leads come out, as different things come out, which hasn't been much at all. But again, we're keeping Sebastian Rogers' name out in the spotlight. Thank you so much for being a part of that. God bless you, ma'am. I hope
Thank
you have a beautiful
God
Easter.
bless you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, hon.
Stay vigilant and lock your doors. 219-885-9693. We're continuing.
Is this
Show
a
goes on.
3-bedroom home?
I'm just tired of the circus. I just want to stay focused on Sebastian Rogers, around Sebastian Rogers at this point. Some of the stuff does get out of hand. I get it. It makes sense. It pisses off a lot of people. But at the same time, we need to keep Sebastian Rogers in the spotlight. We need to talk about what's going on, what happened here, what could have happened here. 669, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Do you believe in Easter Bunny?
315, what's going on? You're live.
What up? I'm going to be real straight to the point. I'm not going to do all this dilly-daddling all around the running row. Okay, listen. This woman is ice cold queen bitch, okay? I don't know what's wrong with her. Maybe she has something wrong with her mind, her brain. I don't know. But she's ice cold. She doesn't even, all she does is stare like a statue, and succumbs to what her little husband says, or when he nudges her. Okay.
I'm listening.
You hear me?
You're loud and clear.
understand.
We're locked in
I'm
to what
very
you're saying.
upset I'm very upset because my son is 13 years old, and he's sitting here watching this with me, and he's even like, what is going on, Mom? You really watch this? This is crazy. My son, I know where my son is at 24/7. If he's not in school without his phone, because he's not allowed to have his phone at school, I know where he's at. Okay? If my son disappears out of nowhere, are you kidding me right now? Let's stop the bullshit. Okay, people, wake up. If you can't see this evil queen for who she is and how she wants to hunt down that big D over her son, you got problems, people. Wake up. You know, if you're a mother, especially if you're a mother of a son, a child is a son of yours, you know how precious that son is. Okay? And we want him to be strong, and we teach him to have, good morals, good values, and stand up for themselves and try to be good men, right? Men. This poor baby was autistic, unfortunately, which makes it even worse that he's missing. And his stone cold mother is sitting there with that look on her face. I want to smack it right off. And you have fun. If you're listening there, mommy dearest, you have fun with your big D there next to you. Okay? I just hope it's worth it. And you know what? I hope your son is found alive, and I hope someone adopts him and you'll never see him again. That's what I hope. And I hope you get cut off.
Bing
your
bang.
Little, what do you call it? Your when they pay you extra because you have a son that has whatever. I don't know what it's called, and I don't care because I'm so upset. This woman makes me sick. And what makes me sicker is the man that she claims is her husband, and how many times he's been divorced, how many temporary restraining orders.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? And you have a daughter? Well, your ex-wife didn't want you around your even own daughter, your blood daughter. You didn't like Sebastian, did you? You didn't like him. You didn't want him around, did you? No. But little mommy dearest here was like, oh, I'll give up my son to have you. I don't know why. Obviously, she's stupid and retarded, but I mean, she's not even cute. I don't know what's going on here, but it's not a cute situation. And I hope to God, I pray to God, this son of hers is alive and never goes near her again. Okay? And she's cut off from all her financial whatever she got from Sebastian. And good luck with your hubby. Okay? Bye-bye. You're liars. You can see it. Okay? Anybody that has discernment, eyes to hear or eyes to see, ears to hear, anyone with discernment knows you're a liar and you're a liar. And I hope you have a fucking front row in hell. That's all I have to say about you. You fucking pieces of shit.
She dropped the mic on him. 219-885-9693. Where is my passionate callers at? Good gracious, we loved her. She was on fire. She was on fire. Look at this.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6
was on
a.m.
fire.
or did you initially
Rabbit. I
call
appreciate
Mr.
you.
Prophet at the time you
I
realized
do notice
Sebastian
you,
was
by the way.
gone?
810, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Him when I
Hi, it's Kristen from Michigan. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing really good. I just had a couple things I wanted to say. Dead people don't need shoes, so if they killed their kid, he definitely don't need shoes. So that wasn't their concern. When you bury someone, they don't ask you to bring them shoes because they're never going to walk again. So that right there with the no shoes just gave that away for me. I don't care what anybody says. And then I wanted to ask you about the Riley strain. They said something about they found his body with no pants, wallet, or shirt. Did you hear about that?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
You talk about with Riley?
Yeah.
I don't know. Foul play is the first thing that came across my mind, but I don't want it to be. I mean, could they have fell off during when he was in here? Did some homeless people find him and strip some clothes? Like, damn, this guy's dead. Fuck it. Might as well take his pants. I don't know. I have no idea. But again, it's weird. It is mighty weird that his pants were missing. But
Well, I did find this video where this lady had did a like kind of a walkthrough where she had seen like two people standing by the bridge, and then there were some cops that walked by, and then they walked away. So I agree it's foul play. But with Riley Strain, I did watch the ex-wife, and it was really hard to get through the interview because
you mean
she gets a little.
You mean with Chris's ex-wife?
Yes, sir.
Not Riley.
And
that's a different case. This one's Sebastian.
Yeah,
Rogers.
sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Sebastian Rogers. And I did watch it, and my little backstory on me is I actually just adopted out my youngest son. I have two older children, and I ended up adopted out. Yes, and it was just a really bad situation. He was abusive, narcissistic, tried to ruin my life, and so I completely understand where she was coming from. But I kept screaming to myself, like, oh my gosh, you need therapy. Like, your daughter's like 13 now, you know, and I feel so bad saying that. And then when I watched JRL, you know, doing the interview, he kind of really wasn't listening. But the point was that, yes, I do agree with her. I think that he was crazy. I think he was a narcissist. And I do think that he puts people through a lot of things. And I feel that way about Madeline Soto too. Like, if you go look at pictures of Jen before she met Steven or Stefan, and then when they started dating and stuff like that, her looks started going down. And that's what happened with me too. Just narcissists have a good way of really keeping you under their thumb. And I think she's stigmatized, is what I call women like that, is stigmatized. And I think she's stigmatized. And I think that Sebastian Rogers was a fate of his own doing of his parents.
I mean, where could he possibly be at? What's your thoughts? What do you think what do you think he could have went?
That's kind of where I can't figure out, like, when, how, and why. I'm so struggling with that. I believe he's passed on. I believe the parents had something to do with it, but why and how, I can't figure it out. It's just not coming to me. Like, him not having any shoes, me as a person, the way I feel is that people don't need shoes. So why would you put shoes on them?
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
Well, that's Riley. Sebastian was never found.
No. I'm talking about Sebastian.
Okay, you talking about what Bear? Hold on, I thought you had the
I've been
cases
talking
confused
about
for a
Sebastian
second.
the whole time. So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was talking about Sebastian. Him not wearing shoes, really, dead people don't need shoes. I just don't understand.
For sure. I get what you're saying. Yeah, dead people don't need shoes. I get exactly what you're saying.
You know, so, you know, that right there was my first thing as soon as I heard about the case. And so, but as far as like when and how and why, I'm not sure. And
Dead people don't need shoes. That one's sticking in my head. I'm gonna be thinking about that now all night.
yeah. I mean, you know, just like with the Madeline Soto, her backpack was in a dumpster at 7:30. That's cause and intent, you know, right there. So, so criminals show their full and honest, you know, way of how they feel, whether they like to think that they're not. So, I think that they had something to do with it, and I feel like they want it to be kind of like the summer wells, where it just kind of goes away. So it's sad, and I want to keep him in my prayers so we can figure out with him and, you know, get Mr. Chris under control.
Well, I mean, the police say, or allegedly, according to Chris in this interview right here, he said he didn't need to take a lie detector test because police pretty much knew his location and were able to corroborate that he was working during those hours in that time. So I do find that interesting. So did Katie do something here allegedly? And
well, didn't they say something about a divorce? Like he had gave her ultimatum, or he had gave her ultimatum.
Right.
I thought I heard that. So what was that about?
That's just speculation, really.
Right.
It's
and then when you hear the ex-wife talk about just the hoops that he had put her through, maybe she's as sinister as he is. Maybe that's why they've stayed together for so long. You know, like people don't, birds of a feather flock together. So
yeah. That's a fact. So before I let you go and move on to the next caller, do you think, again, you think foul play, obviously?
I do. And I think that, you know, the no shoes really just put me off. And then that one guy that talked about her talking, and I didn't think about this, and then I will let you go. I didn't think about this. He said, if I was listening to her as a speechologist that I am, when she said, I got up to check on him, like she had gotten out of bed. That's how she fornicated it the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
And then later on, she had said, I got up. And then he said, did you get up out of bed again? Or did you get up off the couch? Where did you get off? Where did you get up off of? You were so persistent on the colossal sized popcorn and what he ate. You kept talking about food, but when it came to dramatics of where he was at and found at night, where was he? You know, she doesn't know.
Well, they say
it's just vague.
they did cover a little bit on that Nick's Shorts BB remix. I see you in chat saying how do we know Chris was in Memphis? Well, they talk about his vehicle being parked at the Memphis job site. I don't know what he does as far as, you know, if he's traveling to different locations, etc. But again, they said that his vehicle was parked at this Memphis location.
See, now I haven't looked into that, and I don't want to talk like I know, because I don't think I know too much anyways, but I believe you with that. Like, there's just too much, nothing makes sense. And someone said something like, what if he drove around in a circle, you know, maybe the cops got it, or maybe he used a different car, or, you know, like, I'm wondering if it's a spur of the moment, and what if he really didn't know anything about it and she snapped?
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe all the narcissist abuse just got to her, you know. Maybe she's always been abusive, you know, like.
Well, we'll see. We'll
Who
see what
knows?
it turns
But
up
that
to
little
be. I
boy.
appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Happy
Yes,
Easter to
thank
you.
you for
Stay
taking.
vigilant and stay and lock your
Yes,
doors.
you will. Happy Easter. I will. I
And God
will.
bless
Thank
you and
you
your
so much.
family.
I live in Flint, Michigan, so of course I'd be locking the doors all the darn time.
Keep them locked. Keep them locked. I
All
appreciate
right,
you being
thank
a voice here
you.
for Sebastian tonight. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call.
Where is Sebastian was going?
Good phone call. Good phone call.
Have you guys been out looking?
Upstate. What'd you say? You said they need to check Chris. They need to check the construction site at the job in Memphis. I have felt this since day one. Thank you, by the way. I see all you guys' super chats and support and chat. I appreciate you. Say some prayers for Sebastian, that they find Sebastian. We did that at the beginning. 917 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air. Talk to us.
Hi. My name is Pearls, and I'm calling from Florida. And I actually been really into the Madeline case. It took me a while to understand this case with a missing autism kid, and it wasn't until the ex-wife had the call-in conversation that I was actually really interested in it, because I don't know. I'm kind of confused. I think I'm on the other side of I don't really believe the ex-wife.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear more about it.
Okay, so I missed the part. How long was it until they actually met each other?
I didn't see
till
much
they
on
got
that.
married.
I don't know. There
Someone
was a
said
lot
they got
said in that
married.
interview to take in, you know.
Yeah.
I only watched it one full time all the way through. I've seen clips of other parts, but I haven't barely. Like I said, I've watched it one time. I don't remember everything that was said. I do remember bits and pieces, like the whole, you know, backhand in the mouth that people are talking about over and over again, and all the other stuff. But I don't remember exactly those certain details.
Yeah, I think they said she got married to him right away. And then I think her story is kind of contradictory, because she said her ex-husband was military and he was a douche. And then she found another military man, married him right away, had 2 kids from somebody else. And she went to go live on the Navy base. So that's uplifting her kids. And then she said he didn't want to have kids, or he didn't want the daughter that they had together. So I think it was the part when she was like, oh, I spent my entire pregnancy by myself. I'm like, okay. But then she went back to live with him when she gave birth. I don't know. I think it's the fact that he quote unquote hurt her children, but then she went back to him. And then I don't know. I think the tears and everything, I think it was more like for custody. I think she wants custody, and this is a perfect opportunity to get it. I do think he's suspicious, but I don't think he's this evil person that in that relationship. I don't know.
Interesting. I mean, everybody's there's a lot of different opinions when it comes out about this ex that came out and is speaking about him, and it's great that people are going through and combing different stuff and thinking it's BS, or some people believe it. For instance, I'm on the side of I believe what she was talking about. Like I felt it was coming off, but then again, you never know. You never know. That's why I say think for yourselves.
Yeah, I think she was. I don't know. Maybe I listened too much to Kevin Samuels, but I think she's just like playing the victim card. And she was like, I just wanted to get my story out there, but I don't think her story had anything to do with this missing child. And I agree with, I think it was like a doctor or someone left a note saying this doesn't have anything to do with the missing child at all. And it just took time away from it. So I agree with that.
Yeah, it is. We'll find out what's going on. Do you think that this kid is dead somewhere? Allegedly. I mean, what are your thoughts when it comes to that?
I think when a child has autism, he's like 100% in danger, especially if you have like a parent that doesn't have any patience. And I think the last day that he went missing, I don't know if she just, I guess their house is really big, but it's more like they spent, I don't know, maybe like $500 in one day when he went missing. So they went bowling, they went to the grocery store, they went to dinner. That's like a $300 day. And I have small kids. Doing that, driving around all day is overstimulating. So someone that has autism, they're gonna freak out. There's people that they have autism and they don't even go to a restaurant.
That's true.
This is too much for them.
Well, I had a friend that called in. What was it, yesterday? I think my first live that I had yesterday that's autistic. One of my best friends is autistic. So
yeah,
he was kind of explaining some of the things that he went through growing up.
And the no shoes. Yeah, they don't. Some people even like rent out movie theaters just so that their kid can have their free space to be themselves. Like, I don't know. I think that's way too overstimulating. And yeah, I don't think you would just leave with no shoes on. But I don't know. I definitely think he's gone, but I don't think they're gonna find him. And I don't think these two parents are gonna get in trouble. Because they're acting like they're not gonna get in trouble. So
I mean, the thing is though, is where could he have went with their story? If he went out with no shoes on, he couldn't have gotten far. Come on. Like, go look at the weather for that week. He did not get far.
Did you see the video where the Texas Roadhouse waitress in a different state was saying how he wanted to order his meat rare and stuff like that? Did you see that?
No. Where's that at?
Oh, okay. It's on TikTok.
I did not see that.
That JLP guy.
I did not see that.
She
That's
said that
weird.
he was trying to date her, and he never said that he had a wife or kids. It was like in a different state, and he was eating raw steak, and everyone was like, "That's weird." I don't know.
I mean, I like rare steak too, but damn,
Yeah, she thought it was weird, and she said that she texted him because she remembered him after all this stuff came out.
Right.
And she texted him, and he was just like, "Oh, I always thought that was crazy. I would never text him."
No.
She's crazy for doing that. If it's real.
One of the. I'm confused. I saw that
Yeah, I think the
JLR.
ex-wife is. Oh yeah. I think the
JLR.
ex-wife just wants custody. This is the perfect opportunity.
Well, we'll see what happens. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. This case is wild, different thing. I'm hearing different stuff. I haven't heard about this meeting with the waitress or whatever.
Look it up.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
She she thought he was a weirdo because of that, and I was like, that is kind of weird.
Well, we
And then
better be
someone
ready for
said,
the next 4 wives to come out, or 3. I meant. You know what I mean? Just get ready. Get
True.
ready to hear for the next 3 wives, because I mean that's what I'm expecting at this point.
But my thing, you can't marry a stranger and then
Mhm.
turn into a victim. She married a stranger. Like, what does she expect?
We'll see what happens. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. I appreciate you. God bless you. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors, and happy Easter to you. That was a good phone call. But back to it. Hold up. Do we want to finish? Somebody said finish up the Nancy Grace interview. You already know we watched the Nancy Grace interview here, but we can watch it. I don't mind rewatching it. I've watched this one time full all the way through, and then other bits and pieces. But we could definitely we could watch it. I don't mind watching it. I do not mind watching it. We've already watched it here and took notes from it. I mean, I got plenty of notes right here. I'm sure I could take a lot more. Damn, I got a whole list of notes from this interview. This interview is insane. In my opinion, he was carried out. I married a stranger in Vegas, very drunk. Don't drink, folks. Damn, Modine, that's a little wild there, ain't it? But it happens. Pine Needle says, I am so glad that the caller never has had to deal with DV. Bless her. I get that too. Some people haven't dealt with domestic violence and have no idea what it's like. He wanted his steak cold in the middle.
Looking for Sebastian.
Nancy fanboys, by the way. I'm a Nancy fanboy.
We were given information that you guys have left
Nancy
the home. Is
fanboys.
that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Please
Why?
do that.
I'm going back to work.
That took a long time for that answer. I didn't realize how long that pause was. 650, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Oh my God.
You got through. What is going on?
Finally, I got in. I reached out to you. But anyways, hi T-REV. Hi everybody. So
Glad to have you. How are you doing today?
I'm good. So I have an opinion and a theory that maybe not everybody is gonna agree with me.
We're not here to agree. We're here for Sebastian Rogers. Seriously, we're not
Exactly.
here to agree. We're here for Sebastian Rogers to keep his name out there.
So
You speak your heart. Go ahead. It's your time.
okay. My question is, how do they know that he left with a flashlight?
That's a great question. I
Do
think,
you know?
wasn't it a keychain or something? I'm pretty sure it was a keychain.
So, because the reason I'm asking is because to me, it might have been that someone gave him the flashlight
Mm-hmm.
and told him to run. And a lot of people are focusing on blaming the mom. Let me tell you something. When you live with a person that is manipulative and abusive and you name it, I just don't believe that she did anything to her child. I believe I don't want to say this because a lot of people don't believe in psychics and mediums and whatever, but I just don't sense that he's unalive. I don't sense that. I don't feel that he is unalived. I believe that what could happen was that she might have just because I also feel like I don't know. Somehow I feel like I like he might have gone to a church, or I just don't feel like he ran away. I don't feel that she did anything to him. Now, if the guy, the husband,
Mm-hmm.
Chris, was at the house, how is it that no one can catch him on the camera? His big truck in the trailer, whatever. Like, I mean, how is it that they don't know that? Or is it that they know and they're investigating him?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that the mom, because what I noticed too I'm sorry, I'm like rambling because what I noticed is that the mom, when the last interview, she was in a different place. And then the stepdad was in his trailer. So is it possible that she was just, I just feel like, the fact that he was talking for her and everything, that she was just afraid, so afraid of him. I don't know. I just don't feel. Do you know where I'm going with this? It's like I just don't feel like she did anything to her child. I
No,
think
I see
that
where you're going with it for sure. It may not be the most popular opinion, but it's your
because
opinion.
because what's weird is that the FBI is not involved, and if they actually knew that this child wasn't alive, the FBI will actually get involved, and then that nobody has been arrested so far. That just I just feel like I don't know. I don't think that she did anything to him, to her child. A lot of people are saying that she had some kind of training. The reason I'm saying is because I lived with a person that was like, like Chris, that he that they love getting with vulnerable women, and then listening to his ex-wife. It's a pattern that he has, like getting with vulnerable women and controlling them and manipulating them. And I think that I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say. I just don't want to say so much because I don't want to, sound like I'm against anyone here. I just feel like I don't feel like she had anything to do with this. I think that maybe she was just protecting him, and she gave him a flashlight and said, "Run where I told you to go." Now, I was listening to the dad, and the dad said that he was going to have full custody during the summer and then permanently. So why? What happened that he was going to get full custody? You know what I mean? Like, nobody has questioned that. Like, how is it that he was going to get full custody? What is it that, because he didn't even know that CPS was actually, remember that he said he didn't even know, that he just found out on Facebook or whatever. So how is it that he was going to get full custody of him? That he even said that he got him in a school, that he was going to have him for the summer, and then he was going to have him permanently. So how did he get full custody if he didn't know anything about CPS? Now, this guy might have beat him with the belt and everything, and then I just feel that I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. How did he get full custody? Now,
I have
how
no
is it that
idea.
his
How did
dad-
he get it?
Yeah, like, and how is it that his dad, if he was being abused?
Have you watched all the interviews with Seth?
Huh?
You've watched all the interviews with Seth?
Yes, I did. And then I was paying so very careful attention to everything he was saying, that he was and I was thinking, how did you get full custody of your child when you didn't know about the CPS? Who gave you full custody? So nobody has asked that question. How did he get that? And then now, if he was being abused, how is it that he never noticed any bruises on his child, or his child never mentioned anything? Maybe he was afraid to mention it, but you will see some bruises. And if you see some bruises, you're going to question it and you're going to report it.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
So,
well, I mean, so what do you think here at the end of the day? Do you think he's alive? What do you think? So what do you think he's
I
at
know,
before I move on to the next caller?
I just feel like I don't think he's unalive. I feel like that they're investigating somebody here. I'm not gonna say who I think it is, and I just who gave him the flashlight,
Right.
and then those two lights. The dad said, "Oh, it was just a truck." How does he know that? How does he know that it was just
Because maybe
the
the police
garbage
told
truck?
him that.
The police.
Maybe the
But
police
you
told
can't
him it
even
was a
see
trash
what
truck.
it is. I don't know. I
I'm
don't know.
with you.
I
I
don't
feel
want to
you on
point
that.
fingers at anybody, but I just feel like, how did he get full custody of him? Was the mom trying to protect her
We'll
child?
see. We'll see how it turns out. Again, I don't know. We all have a lot of theories and opinions and thoughts on this one. Some people think he's now dead. Some people think that he's not dead. He's being hidden somewhere. And yours
Yep.
isn't the popular opinion, but I appreciate you sharing it. Thank you for having the courage to call up and share your thoughts and opinions with us
Absolutely.
on this
Thank
case.
you.
And I actually want him to be alive. I hope that most of us are wrong. I hope most of us are wrong. I hope
Yeah,
that he's
because
alive and well.
I don't feel
God
that he's
bless you.
unalive. I feel like he's somewhere
Mhm.
safe, and then I just don't feel that, and I don't feel that the mom has anything to do with this. I
hope
just
you
don't. I
I
mean,
I hope you're so right. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful
thank you
Easter.
so much.
Stay vigilant and lock your
Bye.
doors. But I hope you are 100% right. I really do. I hope she's right. I do.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Prophet?
This part right here is interesting. Now,
Looking for Sebastian. Mr. Prophet, at the time you realized
Listen to
Sebastian
this.
was gone.
I
I'm
called
opening the lines
him
back
when
up
I
in a second.
realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were
The hell is that noise?
given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You read the first time I called you live. Thank you for coming
Why?
back here. I appreciate you.
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you,
I
Miss
think he's
Prophet?
somewhere. Oh yeah, by the way, too, I do have to discuss this last night, just in case you guys haven't seen this other interview that it came out. Seth had said that there is life insurance on Sebastian. Have any of you seen that? He also said that it was Gerber life insurance. Okay, again, Gerber life insurance. Also, what I think is messed up too is the interview that he had last night. He specifically said his sister made a GoFundMe for him because he is out searching and to pay bills and different things while he's out here searching for Sebastian. Sebastian's missing. And Chris, what did Chris do allegedly? Threatened to sue him. Threatens to sue him or get a lawyer or whatever, right? Because he said at the beginning they all said they wouldn't make a GoFundMe. But at this point, how could you not need some assistance when you are taken off from your job and possibly going to get fired from it because you're searching 7 days a week, because you're out there, exhausting yourself by searching for your son in this area where allegedly he went missing from? So what is going on with that too? Like that's just weird. I get it that they all said that they wouldn't make a GoFundMe, but his sister made one to help him and didn't mention Sebastian in it. I mean, come on. The man can't search for his son and get some assistance from a community that wants to help find Sebastian also?
No, I'm not
Make
going
that
back
make
to work.
sense.
Not yet.
Make
At least.
that make sense.
Did you
What's
leave the
the-
home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
heard it midnight.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
They do make a lot of threats.
Okay. When will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you
This is a
concerned
weirdo.
about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
That is the most shitty excuse ever. I'm sorry, Katie. Your son could be anywhere and you're going to be looking anywhere and everywhere? Or do you have a lead that he might be out in that area? Allegedly. I mean, because you wouldn't be going to an area without thinking that he's out there, right? He could be anywhere and everywhere. So you might as well just go on a fucking vacation to Hawaii. Maybe he's there. It's announced that we're going on a vacation to Hawaii. He could be anywhere and everywhere. Anywhere and everywhere. We think he's taken by it at this point. Let's just go to Hawaii. Thank you, Lord Boston boys. I appreciate you.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
Oh yeah, make sure you smash
that
that
was
like
actually
button.
several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot,
one-
to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie.
She said to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. She basically shut Shady or Katie. I said Shady. She shut Shady down. I mean Katie.
Sebastian
Yeah.
got in trouble. He got caught lying, and I had asked him.
Come on, where's the good things about him, Chris? We don't give a shit about him lying. We don't. We really don't care. Kids lie. They make things up. That happens. That's normal. What world do you live in that kids don't tell a lie, a little white lie every now and then? Huh? Let us know about that one, because kids are going to tell white lies. It's going to happen. And he would lie. Like what?
I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this.
He would lie.
He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes.
Like kids don't tell lies. Come on.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school, because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially blending in with students, so it's a little.
I think he's at a construction site.
He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue.
I'm sure,
but he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Was that the first time?
No words for any of that shit. No words for any
Was
of
that
it.
the
No
first
words
time
for
you
none
had
of
ever
it.
hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
Stop the cap.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Stop the cap.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS
This
or Child
guy is on a
Protective
power trip,
Services
Barbara said.
complaint. How were they
That-
alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn.
Yeah.
That
Thank
did
you,
not
Barbara.
turn into a CPS service call.
There were other
Speaking for
CPS
him.
reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know.
Okay, so we got a CPS call on the daughter, and then a CP. What? Okay, so if it wasn't for beating Sebastian's butt with a belt, what else would CPS be called for? I'm just curious. If it wasn't for the belt incident, and that was a whole separate incident, and that one wasn't even covered by CPS, then what was? Was it something else? What was the other problem? What did you do? Why would somebody else call CPS? I'm confused about that. They need to check all the fresh poured concrete. Chunky Soul says lying doesn't equal hit a child with a belt, take a phone away. Cynthia says, hope all of you have a wonderful Easter. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that, by the way. God bless you. Tracy says he probably couldn't sit down at school and they asked why, then called CPS. I don't know, Tracy. Is that what happened? What's the real story to why CPS came the first time? That's what I want to know. Candace says, has he ever thought that other kids could have lied to get Sebastian in trouble? It wouldn't be the first time it happened to someone. Baby girl says it was Katie mumbling under her breath to Chris. Like, what was she trying to say to him, by the way, in the interview? Like, to the point where Nancy's like, Proudfoot, Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Proudfoot. I mentioned Sebastian to my dog and got more facial expressions, Woody Wood says. I got a note says, my daughter was a challenge, no belts involved. Love it. Martin says, why did he laugh just like Chris Watts? I don't know, man. I need your guys' help trying to figure this one out, because we're trying to find out where Sebastian is and where he could be. And the people that have that answer is the people who was last with him. That's who had that. Those are the people who have those answers. And I feel like we're not getting much out of there besides a flashlight video that everybody is speculating on.
Know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
This doesn't make no sense.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We're going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even
Welcome,
a
Sharon.
CPS
Thank you.
complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself.
And I'm about to go through and find this too for you. I actually want to play it. Okay. Because Seth had came on to Pascal's and he was talking, and he talks about this insurance and different things in the interview. Again, I don't know if you guys seen it, but this interview was last night on the Pascal show where Chris, listen to me. Seth came up here and talked to Pascal about what's going on, the new spot you could go and help search, and different things. Check it out.
Like a John Grisham novel, to be honest. Thank you. Yes, I'm live. I'm not putting you on the camera. Nobody wants to see you in your pajamas.
I'm sure there's some people that do. But
happy Easter to you.
When you say John Grisham,
want to see you in your pajamas.
Hold on, time out. You're being silly now. But when you say it's like a John Grisham novel, what do you mean by that exactly?
Just the amount of weird shit. I mean, can I cuss on here?
Yeah, you good, bro. It's a late night show. It's a Friday. We good.
All right. It's just some weird stuff has been going on as of late that it's just weird. My volunteers have been having people follow them while they handed out flyers and stuff like that. So
people are getting followed, you said?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
So you heard that people are getting followed, and he's about to expand on it now.
I just tell my volunteers that get together to help pass out flyers for Sebastian. They notice that vehicles be following them, and I told them if they see anybody following them, get their license plate number, and I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
It's super odd.
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
Gotcha. Have you already reported that? Because that
this interview was from last night. If you did not know and did not see it, again, it's with the Pascal show. Make sure you go over there, subscribe to his channel, show some love. He was grateful enough to get this interview out last night on the spot. It was like 8 p.m., I believe, or maybe even 9 p.m. or 10 Eastern, 9 p.m. for me, that he got this interview out. Very, very detailed information in here regarding some topics. The Gerber insurance that I spoke about, he spoke about in here. Following vehicles, following him, and other people who are putting flyers out, different things. He spoke about that in this interview. It's a lot of stuff,
Basically
information
said
in
yes
here.
to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all that you have been followed?
Yeah.
It's crazy, baby Firefly.
Yeah. Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
I haven't been followed today.
When
But
you go ahead.
Today, if they wanted to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times today. It's Good Friday. Time to go to mass.
Right on. When did you report that?
Mass?
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to mass?
Not yet. I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate
God
that.
bless.
But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always
Happy Easter
always
to you
time.
too. Thank you, Michelle.
But when did you report to TBI that
Mhm.
you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've actually, he's got my information. I'll be getting in contact with him. You got church, the Easter tomorrow. Good Friday was yesterday. It's a busy week for this guy. Okay. A busy week. And he also stresses how he didn't want people to search and he wanted people to spend time with their families because you'd never know when this is the last time that you're going to talk to him. And that part got to me last night when I seen that on this interview. It did. It broke my heart hearing that from him. And he says it on here.
I've reported some license plate numbers to TBI.
Who says
I let them know a couple weeks ago that
Who said
some of
that?
my volunteers were being followed.
That's
would
just
guess
crazy to
bruises.
me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates.
That's what it's about,
You
Bridget.
and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video.
Mm-hmm.
And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen.
Right.
Not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so
There you
we've
go.
seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So okay, so
fact
it was a
that-
cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
So broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in these garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That
That's
was
interesting.
a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
Interesting. So somebody made that piece and put it out for clickbait? I totally missed this last night. See, this is why you got to watch stuff more than once.
I see.
Why you got to watch it more than once.
Okay. So then,
he wanted people to log in to follow.
Mhm.
And
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black?
Exactly.
Or was there movement elsewhere?
It's literally, it's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
Gina says no.
So it's like whoever.
Exactly. He's saying that Nick Barris? That's who he's talking about. By the way, if you don't know who he's talking about Nick Barris or whoever this dude is. I don't even know who Nick is.
Shared it with Nick and Nick put it out. You could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Interesting.
Gotcha.
Some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on.
AW, I am going to take phone calls here in a minute. I just want to catch some people up to a few things in this interview that I thought was interesting. Again, Seth talks about the life insurance, Gerber. He talks about multiple different things in here, meeting up with TBI, with Katie being there. Also, he talked about a GoFundMe that he set up, and then Chris allegedly contacting him to sue him or say threaten that he's going to get an attorney. He's been being followed around. There's tons of different things in this interview that people need to hear regarding to Sebastian Rogers while he's out there searching for him. He doesn't trust mainstream media now. Sucks. It's sus. I'll tell you that much, right? It's sus that you can't even trust mainstream. Tracy says Seth saw the whole video of the trash truck. The news didn't show the whole picture. So Seth verified that it was a trash truck. That's why it's important. No movement on the road. So whatever happened before the house, that's a clue. Thank you, Delana, for pointing that out, by the way. Melissa, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate you so much for supporting the Rap Gang family and myself. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of the movement. I appreciate you. I almost call you two-tone. Two-tan Tammy says, reporter where? This is highly unethical, and he shouldn't be reporting anything for anybody. Who we talking about? Nick? Miss Melissa says, everyone involved should be a suspect. I feel like they are all questionable. Again, I will be opening the lines back up here shortly. I am just diving into a few things in this interview, and we will get back to that. We're not done yet.
Throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha.
No, you're good. You're good.
Wow.
You're good.
Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he is boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So
same here. Same here.
Well, you go to mass for that then, buddy.
It is upsetting.
I will be for
It
sure.
is upsetting.
I will be for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground
right there.
out in that area. Okay, before we continue on in our conversation, please, guys, I'm going to make sure that it is posted in the posted at the top of the chat, in the family chat, so that you guys can go. Please, their goal is to just hit $18,000. They're almost there. Okay, $1.
I just dropped that down in chat again. I dropped the GoFundMe for Sebastian Rogers. Okay, it's there. Right now, it's at 17,000. Let me pull it up real quick. Okay, this is the GoFundMe. If you want to support and help, this is where you can help. I did drop that link down in chat. I think it's very vital. This man is out searching. Okay. Hello, my name is Sarah Swank. I am the aunt of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and the sister of Seth Rogers. As many of you know, my nephew Sebastian has been missing since the early hours of the morning on Monday, February 26th. Since Monday morning, my brother has been out of work as he continues this heartbreaking journey to find his son. With that said, I would like to reach out to see if we can pull together to help him a little financially. Unfortunately, the bills do not go away in situations like this. Any little bit would help take that stress off of him. I would like to thank you in advance for your donations, to your prayers, and continue search and fight to bring Sebastian home safely. And again, I posted that link in chat. And I want, if you can, if anything that you guys have or can do to help out Seth on his journey to find Sebastian Rogers. I'm going to keep dropping that link in here periodically for people who do want to support and show their condolences or just give him your faith, prayers, anything. They need it.
It doesn't matter. Penny, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can contribute is still a step in the right direction. So please go over to his GoFundMe, show some love, show some support. There's some other things that I will be sharing with you guys as well. If you want to contribute in other ways, we will be talking about that a little bit later on in the conversation. Okay, but go to that GoFundMe if it moves you so. All right, this man is boots on the ground as we speak. So go over there and
definitely go over there
if you can. Okay. And we will be talking about volunteers here in just a little bit as well. Okay. Just to give you guys all a heads up if you want to get out there and help search for Sebastian. Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian, the footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes, sir.
You saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Again, the GoFundMe is pinned at the top of the chat for Seth Rogers, who was taken every day, whether he loses his job or not. He takes every day to search for Sebastian Rogers. Again, that GoFundMe is up top. Anything. Again, a penny, a quarter, a nickel, $1, $2. Your prayers. Doesn't even have to be money. Your prayers. It all counts.
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there
No.
in the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going into this car?
I am opening the lines. Trust me.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside Texas Roadhouse? No.
They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling?
And that's why I said what I said yesterday about him smiling. People were like, oh, well, why is he smiling? His son's missing. He's seen life. He's seen his son moving on video. You know what I mean? Like, that gave him some more hope for his search that he's conducting every single day. He's conducting searches every day, and he sees hope when he goes to meet up with TBI of a video of his son being alive. Wouldn't you be happy too, or smiling at least with a little bit of hope as you conduct these searches for your son? And again, thank you, Gypsy. I appreciate your support to the channel.
Smiling. That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
Have fun size.
No doubt.
I remember those days.
No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother,
right?
Was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay.
So again, that's important. Note that down. He was not wearing the same clothes in that footage.
Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks.
Been a couple weeks.
Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at all? Even at the beginning when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
They're not where I'm at. Interesting.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, it kind of, you know, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Exactly. I get that.
Right.
I get that.
It would.
But is that what's going on? Are you splitting up and conquering the area? Is that the conversation?
Wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't. It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And So I just jumped in
Hey,
the truck
Brittany.
with him.
Thank you, by the way. I
Okay.
appreciate you.
Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay. I see.
No, I didn't. Mom of 3 boys.
So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had, aside from those videos,
Go find it.
was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
That's asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking. I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. That does.
Mm-hmm.
I like food.
So do I. So do I. I'm a hell of a cook. We gotta sit down and throw down sometime, my brother. When we finally get to meet.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Thank you. I got it.
Well, I'm okay. I make a mean steak. My steak is fire. Okay. Bar none.
Now, what do you mean by a mean steak? Do you slice it open in the middle and shove it full of jalapenos and cheese?
No,
and
I don't do. No, I don't do any of that crazy stuff. No, just
throw
cook
it on a slab and sear it on both sides and serve it bloody.
Serve it right all day long. Serve it right. Okay. All right. And a mean fennel puree with some asparagus. Now you're getting me hungry, man. Now you're getting me hungry, bro.
You should have gone to church.
I'm good.
Oh, well, I will be in the church soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So when it comes back to the conversation, because now we start talking about food, I'm going to get hungry. But
interesting, Leon.
After your conversation, have you seen Chris? When you saw Katie Proudfoot, did you see Chris?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't there at all.
He wasn't there physically. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
So on the phone, maybe.
Are you looking into any private investigators or lawyers at all?
Investigators? I've got 4 of them.
Oh, you got 4. Right on.
I'm not playing.
Gotcha. I see.
That's where I get a lot of my leads from.
Gotcha. Seeing any footage or anything of that sort, has that moved you to make any movements as of late? None?
Nope. I've gotten some tips. United Cajun Navy was here. They left. They were getting the death threats.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about that as well. So I want to bring that up real quick because I'm a little confused, to be honest. But they are. I'm just pulling this up really, really quick. Cajun Navy is calling off searching for Sebastian. What's up with that, Seth? Why is that happening? Why did that happen? What's up with that?
I mean, they're helping search to find my son, and people are threatening them, trying to run them over with a truck, throwing stuff at them. I mean, these people are trying to help me find my son. And this is the kind of welcome they got to Tennessee. The state of volunteers. And these people came to volunteer to help. Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this. The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
And
the deflection.
Some people decide to let their egos get in the way.
Interesting.
Gotcha. And so because of that, and of course they were getting threats.
Thank you, Heaven. I appreciate you.
That's why they're gone, are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
See, but that's the thing though. Like, worried about threats. What are you worried about threats? If you got out there and was searching, regardless to all the public opinion, if you got out there and were searching, people would come around at some point. If you got out there and were searching, and I mean for Katie in general, I'm not. Screw Chris. Let's take Chris up out the picture here. I'm talking about if Katie got out there and was searching with Seth, I think the opinion would be a little bit different.
They called me this morning and they said that because of the death threats that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on, man.
I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody, I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups, at 5 o'clock. I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well.
Appreciate
My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
Gotcha.
Mine on the hand, I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your huckleberry.
I heard that.
He said, I'll be your huckleberry.
I heard that. And yeah,
our prayers go out to Seth. Our prayers do go out to Seth.
It is frustrating and tragic that they that's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
A little bit. I mean, people are conscious of their own well-being. I can't expect people to, be threatened or anything else to help me find my son.
Right. Awkward, Trish.
Yeah.
Trish said awkward.
Yeah, I'm sorry that's happening to you, brother. But I want to bring this up really quick. Go ahead.
This is what it tells me.
Shoot.
People don't want me to find my son. Well, they can rot in hell, and people in hell also want ice water. And I have iced tea.
I got you. Oh, my God. For those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, can you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots.
Pascal is
on the ground. Okay, out there, guys. So can you tell them where they can go? And when you guys
like Pascal. He said, if you want to stay in heaven, Pascal's a funny guy. I get, and I appreciate what he's doing on his platform to bring awareness for Seth and just Sebastian Rogers in general, right? Because that's what this is about, and that's why we do this. We cover these stories in hopes that all of you, the audience, not only connect but share the story out there. That's what this is about. What Pascal did in this interview, that's what this is about. Whether you believe he did great with his questions, bad with his questions, I thought he did a wonderful job, first and foremost. And again, it's about putting the word out about Sebastian and getting him found. And I'm going to say a little prayer in the middle of this right now for Sebastian Rogers. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up young Sebastian Rogers to your loving care. In the midst of the uncertainty and fear, we turn to you, the source of comfort and strength. Lord, Sebastian has been missing from his home in Tennessee for too long, in the heart's ache of his family. With worry for his safety and well-being, we pray for your divine intervention, guiding those involved in the search efforts with wisdom and, again, perseverance. Surround Sebastian with your protective embrace, shielding him from harm and leading him back to loving arms of his family. Grant solace to Sebastian's loved ones as they endure this agonizing wait. Comfort them in their moments of despair, reminding them of your unfailing love and presence in their lives. May they find strength in the support of the community and the assurance of your promise. Lord, we pray for a breakthrough in the search for Sebastian Rogers. And we also pray for a breakthrough in the search for Sebastian, that the darkness of uncertainty may be lifted and the light of hope may shine brightly once more. Help us to trust in your timing and your plan, even when answers seem elusive. We ask for your grace. We ask for your peace to reign in the hearts of all who are affected by Sebastian's disappearance, sustaining them through this trial and renewing their hope for his safe return. In your mercy, hear our praise. May your guiding hand be upon Sebastian, leading him home to the arms of those who love them dearly. In the name of our son, Jesus Christ, amen. Again, it's Easter Sunday. I know I don't want to be too preachy on y'all. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I do believe in God. I do, and my hands are always with God. He's lifted me up these past 2 years more than ever. This is for Sebastian Rogers. We want him to get home. 5 weeks is too long. If you just tuned in, you may be like, what the hell is going on here? Is it church? Might as well be. We're saying a prayer for Sebastian Rogers, his family, and that they are uplifted. This interview right here is by Pascal, and it's with Seth Rogers as he is talking about the new meeting location and several different details and questions that he's willing to come up here and answer without a lawyer. And I respect that about Seth, because he is getting the word out about his son, and he is talking about whatever is asked to him. You got to understand, he's coming into this interview not knowing what questions are going to be asked to him. And that is awesome that he's willing to do that. It just is. It's awesome that he's willing to come up on these shows and answer questions from all of us who have these questions.
Search tomorrow morning and all that.
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get my leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today. I think it was like 35 or 40 of them.
We need it.
And they went and handed out flyers and searched a couple areas. I know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in to find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long.
Happy
I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that the Cajun Navy were receiving were not from content creators. It was actually just people living in the area or outside the area that just wanted to muck things up. Okay. So it's not any content creator that threw out any threats, just to correct the conversation in the family chat, just so you know. Okay. Now, Go ahead.
Me personally, I've been balancing media and content creators for over 30 days now since I started this. And I love y'all. I mean, I understand some of y'all want clicks and y'all want followers and things like that. And that does not bother me. Everybody's got to have a
That does
job so
not
they can
bother
make
me.
money. At the same point in time, I know that the more clicks and people that you have following you, the more people will hear me. That means more people out there. I told you, I want the world to help me find my son.
No doubt. That's absolutely right. The more
Exactly.
engagement, the more likes, etc., the more this story and this conversation gets out there and more awareness goes out there for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for. Real talk. That's what we're here for.
That's a fact.
So let's get back into
Talk
it.
to him.
Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah,
talk a
that's
little
that
bit
pond.
about
That's a
that?
good question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and
Oh, that's not bad.
oh, there went the light. And they
We can
searched
still
it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously,
Miss
or
Kitty.
I'm
I appreciate
assuming
it.
they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, that was 30 days ago.
Gotcha.
30 days
We're going to go
ago.
back into the conversation.
30 days ago that they searched that pond and had no hit inside of that pond.
About things around the house and whatnot. Now,
Faith went
the cars.
mouth.
Okay. There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy, but have they looked at the navigation?
That's a good question.
Of her
They
car.
Information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be.
Hold up. I'm glad he asked that question. The navigation. Would that be a reason why law enforcement would be searching a certain area? Because that was on the navigation that day? Interesting to think about, to say the least. Is that why they search certain areas? Is because of the navigation of where people went? Remember, I'm just saying this because we watched the Nancy Grace interview. At least the first day it came out, right away we watched it on this channel, and I went through and took notes. And Katie did say they had all of their devices, looked at all their devices allegedly. So did they see her navigation system, or where they went allegedly, and were searching that area? I'm just saying allegedly. I don't know that to be true, but it's just me speculating, and it's a good question that Pascal asked about the navigation system.
Be things that would be part of the investigation.
Yeah.
And
Christina.
Yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So I don't even bother asking about it.
Gotcha.
Because
Man, it was from a man.
yeah,
I see.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, I know that you, a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about, and I understand you know.
I mean, if Seth is in the chat, I would love to have him up on the show. Point blank, period. There's questions that I have too, that we have also. So if Seth is here, any day that he wants to set up after the Lord's Day, if he, whatever, my information has been passed. So again, my show is always open to Seth whenever he feels like he wants to come up, whether it be today, later this week, when he finds out, whatever. Again, always open for Seth or anybody who is looking for anyone missing in that instance. Point blank, period.
Could be lack of sleep. Could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over. And it just, but I remember in an interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview
shout out
with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked picked up near this construction site
Looking.
was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
That's
They said
very
the
interesting.
information that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
I didn't see him. Oh, I tried. So Seth said he tried calling. I see you now, Seth. I have the phone lines off when we were watching your interview. I did have the phone lines off. I mean, I could drop you. Hold on, let me look right now. We'll just do that. I'd rather do that. I'd rather talk to you myself. So we could either do a call in or I can send you a link. Let me know how you want it. Let me know how you want it. Let me see. I see some numbers. I see text messages coming in. Seth, that'd be the easiest way too. Send me a text message. You send me a text message from there. I can see it come through right now. I'll be able to grab that, and I could either send you a link or call you. Either one, whatever one you want to do. Whatever's easier for you. And I'm looking at the text messages right now, so I'll be able to see it if you send that text message through. I'll just say, hey, it's Seth, and I'll know right away. Let me see. Very little water in the pond. Interesting.
Interesting. He's very interesting.
He isn't deep.
You know, I guess I keep wondering about those things because I know it was said before, and then things have changed. You know, like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things,
right now.
so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added.
All right, I see it. Boom. Here we go.
9.
All right, I'm trying you right now. I seen a text message come through. Is it Seth?
Yes, it is.
How's it going?
It's a restricted phone number.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing.
How's your day going so far?
It's been a busy day. It's Holy Saturday, so a lot of time spent at church, a lot of phone calls, people calling, wanting to know where to go search, a lot of communication between me and my searchers.
Wow.
Trying to keep Sebastian's army going.
And I just want to tell you, my heart's with you. We've been praying. I try to say a prayer every stream, and I seen this interview last night with you and Pascal, and I was just, I don't know, man. It hit me emotionally because you said some things in there just that got to me at the end, and you talk about these things with God, and I feel like I just came closer with God these last 2 years of my life, and I just that got to me when you were talking about that specific aspect of it. And I'm here, my platform's here for you, for Sebastian Rogers, your baby boy that you're searching for every day. I did share the GoFundMe. I have it pinned up top, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody in chat. Make sure that you can go and show this man any love. I don't care if it's $1, a penny, it doesn't matter. It's pinned up top, the GoFundMe for Seth Rogers. He is out here diligently working every hour that he possibly can to search for his son. And have you learned of any new possible sightings at all?
Not yesterday and today, but I've got my private investigators working on it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out here that with Katie, have you been in contact with Katie at all? As far as, because I love the way that you said it would be, great if one person's here, we'd split up. You'd figure searching and covering all these different areas, you'd be able to do that. Is that even going on with you, Katie and Chris? Are you guys meeting or talking at least about where you're searching so you don't cross each other's paths and search the same place twice?
No, the last time I spoke to him was Thursday after I made it back to Clarksville. He wanted me to drive back to Nashville to do a interview on TV with him, Katie, and me. And I thought he might think about it. I just never reached back out to him.
Interesting. Is that because of and I want to ask you this, is it because of what you heard on that Smiley channel, the interview?
Because it still stings, man. That's my flesh and blood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. And it must have been, and another thing that touched me from this interview you said specifically is that you had to find out through the internet.
Through the podcast. Nobody should get information like that through the podcast.
No way. I agree with you on that. And that's another part of this interview that got to me. And I know we're not even close to that part, but you specifically said in this interview that you had to find out through that damn podcast that your son had some running with him and he was hitting him with the belt, etc. And I hate to even bring that up. But I can't say I blame you for not wanting to.
You know, if they want to search, that's fine. You know, but as for an interview with all three of us, I think that's a little too late right now.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I do interviews to keep my son's name out there, his picture out there. When I listen to their podcast, they don't talk about Sebastian like I do.
I agree.
That affects me a type of way. You know?
Yes,
and it definitely puts us not on the same page. You know? And I hate to say that because I know at some point in time, TBI will hear this, law enforcement will hear this, and Chris and Katie and the Proudfoot Guy Bauer Sox family will hear this. But
we're with you, Seth. I hate to say it, but we're with you. And a lot of people feel, the same feelings here towards this whole entire situation. I mean, I got to ask you this about this restaurant. Was there anybody else in this footage that law enforcement may have not questioned that you're suspicious about? And you don't have to touch up on that if you don't want to, but and again,
what they showed me is what I asked, which was I just needed proof of life because I talked to my son on Thursday. I needed proof of life on Sunday, and they showed me a clip of him coming out of the restaurant, getting into her vehicle. You know, and just I gotta see my son again. Freaking.
It's okay, Seth. If you need to take a minute, we understand. And we don't have to do this interview right now. I could wait till you're more mentally prepared. I don't want to, cause any more stress on you. And I know you're doing this for Sebastian.
As a parent, as a father, you are never mentally prepared to go through this. Ever.
This emotion is heavy. Did you find it odd that there was no alarm system there at all?
I don't have an alarm system on my house.
Right.
Where I live. But then again, my son wakes up to go use the bathroom. And when he wakes up, he doesn't turn on the light. But I'll sit there and scare the shit out of him most of the time. You're like, what are you doing? I asked, what are you doing? I'm going to the bathroom, Dad. Well, make sure you flush and wash your hands. Any type of noise in my house wakes me up.
I get it. I mean, there's questions, man. No questions about, did Sebastian, did his mom, Katie, express any feelings about losing custody at all? Was that a thing that you got custody? Because I heard what you said. You said you were getting him this summer. Was he staying with you for just the summer?
He was supposed to come live with me for the summer, and I've got him enrolled in school up here where I live.
Yes, sir.
What we're doing is I'm not getting full custody. We're just switching custodials.
Okay.
So where I was getting him every weekend, now she would be getting him every other weekend, and he would be staying with me. So we're just doing a switch.
Was there combativeness to that switch at all, or was it smoothly done? Would you say on your end?
I was open for it. As soon as Chris brought it up to me, I was like, okay, let me get him enrolled in school.
Yeah, that's just some questions.
I wanted my son to live with me. I've always wanted my son to live with me.
Yeah. What did you like as far as the video that you seen? I don't know if you can say or not, but what did you exactly see on the video that you seen with TBI? And you said Katie was there too. What did you see there?
Where she and Sebastian walked out of Roadhouse and got into the vehicle. And that was what they showed me.
I got you. And did he look happy at all? Or in distress? He wasn't in distress. Was he?
He's always happy when he's with me. So, he didn't look like his joyous self that he is with me. But, he's different out there, and I know why now. So, no, he wasn't he wasn't my normal kid. They may have had a good day, good weekend from their point of view. But it's like when he goes and gets in my truck when we're leaving dinner, he runs to my truck. On this one, he just kind of walks.
Light up the chat with them green. Yeah, light up the chat with his favorite color, guys. Light it up with them green hearts. For sure, light it up. And we need to keep this word out here about Sebastian. Again, we're talking to Seth Rogers here on the line, and I appreciate him even reaching out in a time like this, especially with Easter. The first thing I did today, Seth, you want to hear what I did? I woke up out of bed. The first thing I Googled was Sebastian Rogers, hoping to see that he was found. This was at around 6 o'clock my time. Seen nothing was updated, came straight in here, went online. We're in this fight with you. We're in this fight with you. And I'm going to cover this until he's found. I don't care what that time is.
Until he's found.
So you always have a platform here.
My life is not complete until I find my son.
And I heard you say that on Pascal's last night, and I just looking at you, I connected with you emotionally on what you were saying. And the fact that you were smiling, I seen people saying in my chat, why is he smiling? He just seen his boy alive on video. That gave him hope for everything that he's been doing this last 30 plus days, that he has hope to find his boy. And that's why he was smiling the way he was.
He's alive. He's alive. And it's not a current video, but it's like I smile or I cry whenever I watch any of the videos I have of him. I've got videos of him when he was 6 years old opening Christmas gifts or birthday gifts, and it's just like I've had so many news medias want to share more pictures, share more videos. I can't. If I never find my son, these are all I have left of him. These are mine. I understand people want to see them, but they're mine, and I don't want to share them.
Seth, get it to me, man. Feel that pain, man. I feel that pain. And I hate to ask you this type of question, but I'm only asking it because I want answers. And I hate to friggin' ask this, but when you went to search with Chris, did you notice anything on his arms? Any marking? Allegedly?
I didn't because I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking at him. I had my flashlight out, dude.
Yes, sir.
Out the window, looking to see if there was locks on sheds or, in between houses while we drove. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Yeah, I understand that for sure.
I still don't pay attention to him. I'm still out here looking for my son.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Did he have his glasses? And what was his sight range without them? Nearsighted or farsighted? I mean, I think that's important here, especially if he got out on foot.
Yeah, he's got vision like his daddy. I wear glasses or else I can't see anything. So I have nearsighted. I can only see near. I need my glasses to see far.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
If people, if people want to help, I appreciate the Cash App, the GoFundMe, and all that sort of stuff. But if you could just search, no money in the world means anything to me as much as finding my son.
I got that GoFundMe posted, but you heard what he just said. Searching means a lot more. Searching it. So, and if you're in that area, let me know if this is right. Seth, the Rudder 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075 that's the address.
Yep, we'll be meeting there Monday.
Monday, that address starts as the headquarters.
That's where we're all meeting in the parking lot. The Rudder said that we could meet there.
Yes, sir.
I have nobody searching tomorrow. I need people to actually enjoy the family that you have, because you never know when it's going to be taken away. You're never going to know if you're going to wake up the next day and not ever get to see him again.
No.
And that's what Easter is about.
Yes, sir.
It's about giving thanks.
I just shared that.
And enjoying family.
That's what you're right. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Do you know if they are cooperating with law enforcement still when it comes to your son?
From my understanding, they are.
So they haven't lawyered up or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Yes, sir.
But again, everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Who was eating at the restaurant the night of his disappearance?
Well, on the video, it just shows Katie and Sebastian. They're the ones that came out of the door. It wasn't like they were showing me this for investigative purposes. They showed me this because I requested it in the first week of this.
So this was something that you've been requesting and wanting to see for the longest time now. It felt like a long time because 1 day is a long time right now. Did CPS discuss with you everything relating to Chris's alleged reprimanding of children and his issue with his ex-wife Nina? I mean, I've been seeing this stuff coming out.
No. And it's like CPS met with us when Sebastian went missing, and they never brought this up. And from my understanding, it's because it's sealed.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Take your time. You take your time, Seth. You take your time, man. That's just quite. There's a lot of questions here that I have that are just on my heart. Like, has police confirmed if there's CCTV of Chris in Memphis at the same time his phone was there to you, or is that just investigative? And also, what are your thoughts as a trained law enforcement? No scent. What the no scent? Right, leaving the house. Except a small hit from law enforcement dogs, which they lost. I mean, I'm confused as someone who's looking at this and seeing all these different things, but there's no suspect, or you know what I mean? Like this is a long time for your boy to be gone, and it just worries me. It worries me.
It worries me every day, but I have to have faith in the system. I work in this system.
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to have faith in this system.
Absolutely. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that scent being called nothing. I mean, when you hear something like that, that's hope for you. And then that just goes away. I was wondering what the heck that was. How did they lose that scent? Has it been confirmed exactly? Because I heard you touch up on it in the Pascal interview.
I was told one day I was told by a person with the dog that they hit on a scent. But then later on, I was told that it wasn't what they thought it was. So
interesting.
They're telling me it's information that was false, and I have to go with what they're telling me.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't say there's not much you can put to that. I'm wondering why they searched that landfill. Like Nancy Grace said, I wonder what the affidavit says about the landfill. Have you got a clear answer on that from law enforcement at all?
It's still an active investigation.
Yeah. Close to the vest.
So I'm not going to get any information for this stuff. The only way I'll get any of this information is we find Sebastian. That's it.
I think people are going, that's a little bit wild. Sebastian been put in protective custody. Seth would know about that. He would have been contacted, I feel like.
If he was in protective custody?
Absolutely.
I would think so.
Does Sebastian have any allergies or foods or allergies to foods or any medications at all that people should know about if he's out there?
I don't think he has any allergies to food. I know he is allergic to grass. That's about all I can think of for his allergies.
So for grass, I got
you. I mean, when he was growing up, boy wouldn't eat meat. He didn't like meat at all. No chicken, no steak. His favorite sandwich is peanut butter and jelly, still is. His favorite pizza is just straight up cheese pizza.
Was Seth on cam at work when he went missing? You mean Chris or Seth? Somebody said, was Seth at work or on cam at work when he went missing?
Yeah, I was on 6 of them because I was actually in jail working.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here's another one.
Not to mention, besides that, I have 65 inmates that can tell you where I was at too.
That's a hard job for you to deal with. What that is. What do you know? Did they show you the timestamp on that video?
Which video?
The video from your son at the restaurant. Did they show you the timestamp exactly, like the time?
I didn't see a timestamp.
Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, "Hey, Seth, he was found we seen him here at this time"?
1 second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, "Hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant," or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important too.
It probably would have been, but I was
happy to see him.
I was just happy to see my son. And I kick myself in the ass now every day because there's other things that I want to look at it again. I want to watch it again.
And that's the only thing you can think about. I do have to ask you this one. Can you share with us some memories or moments that stand out to you about your son? because I feel hard to get that when I'm listening to the other side. It's like I'm hearing these bad things, and he lies, and he's this, and he's that. You know, since I have you, and you have so much great to say, and I love the way that you put these things. Again, I just want you to share maybe some memories or moments that stand out to you about him.
Where do I start? When he was an infant, child would sleep 4 hours a day. That was about it. He was normally awake for 18 to 20 hours a day. Always going, you know, started crawling everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And he would just laugh. As an infant, he would just laugh. I mean, he would just sit there and have laughing fits for like 15, 20 minutes. It was great. You know, I always loved his laugh. You know, sit there, and the times that he would sit there, and he'd be crawling across the floor, and it's just like he would literally just pass out where he's at. Like he's finally so tired that he just goes to sleep, and then sit there and make him a little pallet on the floor, put him on there so he's all nice and comfortable. And then I'd lay down next to him, and I'd try to get some sleep. You know, I remember a time that he was young. He was changing a diaper. Katie was very, and I walked into the room, and he literally shot shit out of his ass. Tried to hit me with it. Okay.
No, you're fine.
You know, I mean, these are memories that I remember clear from 14 so years ago. You know, I remember the first time that I woke up and I heard him in his crib, and I'm like, okay, he's awake. Let's go ahead and make him a bottle and get it ready. And I walked into the living room and smelled at me, and I was like, oh no, this ain't good. Start walking down the hallway to get to his room, and I swing into the bathroom and turn on the shower because I know that he had dug into his diaper and started painting the wall. It was messy.
And I appreciate you sharing those moments with us, and those things are important to me. Those cherishing little moments. I feel like those questions. I haven't heard it. Now, I do want to ask you this, and I know I can already tell, but I just want to shoot it. It's how has your son's disappearance impacted you and your family emotionally and psychologically, sir? I want people to understand this.
My life has been on hold. You know, I try to tell people there's really no going to sleep. If I sleep, I have nightmares. I wake up thinking I hear Sebastian in my house. I've woken up in my sleep and Sebastian is standing next to my bed. And, you know, he's wearing a white t-shirt and his jammy pants. And it's like, it's not even him at the age of 15. It's him at the age of like 9 or 8. And he's just like, Dad, I'm hungry. Can we have breakfast? And I'm like, I wake up and he's not here. And it's like, and I look over and I've only been asleep for like 20 minutes. And it's like, well, fuck it. Get up, wash my face, put on clothes, and decide where I'm going to go search today.
I appreciate you sharing that, because I think it's important that that people can understand what you're going through. with just waking up every day and having to toughen up to go to these places and actually search for your son and what it can do to you emotionally and psychologically. I appreciate you touching up on that. Now, I do want to ask you this. Can you describe the events leading up to your son's disappearance and how you first realized he was missing? Did you get a phone call? When did it happen? When did the shock come to you? When, you know, I'm just curious about that and when how you first heard it.
I don't know when the shock came, to be honest. There's not a defining point. You know, I got off of work at 7:00.
Yes, sir.
Left, went to my truck. You know, to me it was just a normal day. So I'm talking to my coworkers. And I'm like, you know, Monday morning, we're off for the next 2 days. You know, so it was like, you know, it was just normal conversation with people. Normal day. You know, go home, get some sleep, you know, try to rest up, see everybody on Wednesday. And I went and got in my truck. And I grabbed my phone. And I say, I have a missed phone call and a text message. No voicemail. So I turned around and text message 911. So I call. And that's what I find out from Chris.
So you,
my son's missing.
So you first found out from Chris.
Yeah.
That's a shitty way to find out. Then you find out all this other stuff on the internet the wrong way. Now, people know this, but in general, there is new people that haven't heard of this case whatsoever. So I do like to ask stuff like this because some people don't understand, you know, what is going on right now. They may be new to this case or listening, just tuned in today. What steps have you taken so far to try to find your son, and what has been the response from the community? And I already know, obviously, I know that answer because I've been watching and I've been seeing and spreading the word about this case ever since right after the Madeline Soto case. But what steps, again, have you taken so far to try to find your son, and what has been the response from the community?
Today we had people actually come in all the way from Ohio. I want to thank those people for coming in all the way from Ohio. I mean, that's a pretty long trek to come in just to help for a day. You know, they didn't have to. I appreciate it. We gave them a whole bunch of flyers and asked them to spread them on the way. You know,
that's so awesome of people, man.
There is still good in this world.
There is.
The difference is that there's still a lot of evil.
There is,
and there's a lot of indifference. There are people who do not care.
Agreed. 100%.
Which means the people that are wanting to do good, we have to do better. Because that's what we're fighting in this world.
We are fighting evil every single day. Now, this may be hard question. It may be easy for you, but I know it's going to be hard, obviously. How have you been coping with the uncertainty and not knowing what happened to Sebastian? Like, I don't even understand how you could be coping right now or even holding the phone. Better yet, speaking.
I'm his voice. For me to give up or for me to quit is to give up on faith. Faith that my son is out there somewhere. I taught my son how to be a survivor, and I'm hoping right now that he's doing it. But I can't give up. I have to find him.
Absolutely. I don't know if you want to share. Do you have a personal theory about what you think happened?
I don't. I don't, because there's no evidence that I've been given And like I said, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and I need definite proof to blame somebody for something.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. You got to have something. You can't. That's what I was telling people earlier. You know, I seen people saying lock this person up or lock that person up, and it's you got to have evidence and probable cause for that. You can't just go and put somebody in cuffs because they've spanked someone or did something bad. They have to have probable cause and proof of that to go and, you know, arrest someone. But I get what people are saying. I understand whenever where everyone is coming from here. But I got to ask you this question, and this question also to follow up with what I just asked you. How has the support from friends, family been? Has it helped you navigate through this ordeal?
My friends and my family have come together a lot. They're calling me every day. They're there when I call them. They give me ideas. They help me sit there and figure out where we can go to search.
That's great. I'm glad that because I've seen it too. I've seen a bunch of your friends and people pulling up and helping you at these different spots that you are searching, and I think it's awesome. The community, the support, the people that are flying in or driving in. I think this is how we need to continue to be, to not only reach out and help whoever we are. It doesn't even matter where you're at. You could be in California right now. Sharing this story out here helps Seth, Sebastian, and the rest of the family in any way that you could possibly think. So everything counts. If you're close, help search. If you are close or you can make it there somehow, help search. It's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. You can go there starting Monday. Chris, Seth, what time is it on Monday?
9:30.
9:30 on Monday. You can go and help search at, again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. That place. Hold on, can you share any messages or appeals to the public regarding your son's disappearance?
I need people to keep their heads up, their eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
On your way to work, on your way to get coffee in the morning, fill up your gas tank. Just keep your heads up and your eyes open.
I got you. Now, again, I'm going to ask this too, because there's new people arriving in this chat right now. How can people best support you and your family during this time, both emotionally and in the search for your son?
I ask people to hand out flyers. Hand out flyers.
Okay. Hand out flyers. You heard the man. Hand out flyers, share, spread the word, wherever. Hand out flyers. Has there been any promising leads at all or developments in the search for your son that you can share with us?
No. They're not sharing anything with me. They won't. I'm not part of the investigation. So, the only thing they've asked me to do is keep sharing flyers.
Gotcha. Memphis, that was a good question. Let's see but we asked that one. What are your thoughts as a trained law enforcement? Somebody asked in chat. What is your thoughts on this case as trained law enforcement? Doorbells came.
Is the crowd puts in here?
Say again, sir?
Oh no, I'm going through chat and somebody said the Proudfoots are in here.
Yeah, if you want to, if you want to respond to any questions out of the chat, feel free to respond to any questions out of the chat as they can hear you loud and clear. If Seth wants to see the video again at the restaurant, what would he look for? Has he called the FBI to help? But that's a great question, Betty Boop. Have you tried to get a hold of the FBI?
I've been in touch with them on multiple occasions.
That's awesome. Are they willing to help at all?
They're not willing to let me know anything.
Damn. This is crazy.
It's an active investigation. That's just procedure, man. It's
Yeah.
frustrating.
It's
But at the
frustrating.
same point in time, they're not going to tell me anything. You know, they don't know what I would do with that information.
Has there been any? I think this question has been asked a lot, but is there actual footage, or has it been officially confirmed that Sebastian was seen taking out the trash Sunday night?
They showed me a video. Can't really see that it's Sebastian, but it kind of has the same quirks. Does it upset you, Seth, when people speak allergically? I don't know what that means.
There's gonna be tons of trolls and stuff. You'll have trolls. There's real people. You hear an echo that may be coming through Seth's side. Did I hear an echo?
Yeah, probably because I'm watching the podcast.
Yes, sir.
While I'm talking to you on another phone.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. I'm not tripping about it. Again, this too, right here, to add to the reward for Sebastian Rogers, for everybody who is just coming in. Checks must be mailed or dropped off to, it says, reward for Sebastian Rogers, James Brian Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account. If you want to add to this reward whatsoever, do you know what it's at now? Has anybody added to it since last night, since I watched your interview on Pascal's show?
I have no idea. The last time I knew it was at 3,500. I've been promoting this on Facebook. And then, of course, we got those haters out there that want to say that, tell people not to donate to a reward to find my son. And it's like, how can you sit there and say that? I called and spoke to this attorney myself. And he told me that he puts everything into an escrow. He gives everybody receipts. And God forbid that we don't find Sebastian in a particular amount of time has passed, he returns everybody their money. It's not a scam.
Well,
but there are people out there that don't want me to find my son. I got news for them.
It won't
I
work.
ain't stopping.
It won't work.
And if you really don't want me to find my son, don't be a coward. Come talk to me face to face and tell me why you don't want me to find my son.
I like that you said that, because you're gonna get people. I'm gonna just point this out to you right now. There's gonna be people that call you all different types of names and different things. If you guys want to support Seth, here's another way. I got it pinned up top to GoFundMe. This is his Cash App on the screen right now. You can support. There's plenty of ways to support Seth on his search and journey to find his son Sebastian. This again is his Cash App, shared from him himself. No one else. I will hold it across the screen, make it full screen. The GoFundMe is pinned in the top of the chat for his. And again, it's his sister made this GoFundMe. I've read it already. I seen it last night when it was shared on Pascal's show. It is for him. He's out here searching for his son. And also the threats. I do want to touch up on this too. The threats. Did you get threatened to be sued or anything like that for having your, or not having your sister, because she made it obviously to help you? And did you get threatened to be sued by Chris or a lawyer?
Chris threatened to get an attorney if I didn't, and I quote, curb your sister or I will step on her toes.
Wow.
You know, to each their own. We all have our own opinion.
Seth,
My
you're
sister
searching.
did that because she already knew. She already knew that I wasn't going to go back to work, that I was going to try to find my son.
That's the part that
My
bothered
sister
me.
knows me. Oh, we've had people show up at, when we were at in the parking lot by the bowling alley. we had some people show up and tell people not to donate to the refund to the reward for finding my son.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people on Facebook, don't donate to this. They're all a scam. That's fine.
That's
Who you working for better be paying your bills.
Shame on them.
I believe in karma. What goes around comes around. I'm Old Testament. That's what a lot of people don't. I'm Roman Catholic. I'm Old Testament believer.
That's crazy, man.
You know?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. God has found me. I'll tell you that much. He changed my life. He changed my life in many ways. And here I am here today with you. I hope that something comes about everything that everyone is contributing to out here, whether it be doing live streams out there searching with Seth, even if it's somewhere else and you're out there searching or putting up flyers like Seth was talking about. It all helps. And again, I mean, I can't even wrap my mind around why somebody would say or try to control whether you're searching, because that's what it is for me. When I hear you say that, when I hear you tell me that he said that he would get a lawyer, like, because what? You're out there searching, Seth. How are you supposed to pay your bills if you're searching? You're going to lose your job, right? You'd lose your damn job, get fired. I mean, people are going to help, and there's nothing that nobody can do about it. We're here to help, buddy.
I hear you. I want to answer this one for one person in chat.
Yes, sir.
Where is it? It just spit up. No, I can't see it. Joe Bickers. The attorney needs to make it so we can add to the reward money through a cash app or something. Most don't do checks anymore. Well, it doesn't say, please. I tell you what, Monday I'll reach out to the attorney and I'll see what he can do. But the most of the reason that he wants checks and stuff like that is because he wants to give people receipts.
I get that too.
And short one cake, I want flyers of my son from coast to coast. I want people to be able to throw an airplane across the puddle to the UK, to Australia. I want everybody in the world to find my son. Find him for me.
Yeah. Why did Chris ask him? What do you mean? What did Chris ask who? Chris asked. What do you mean, Janet? I'm a little lost on that question. Why did Chris ask? Ask him. Maybe it was during a certain. Seth, what can we do as the Rev Gang family? I appreciate you, Cindy. She says, what can we do as the Rev Gang family to help you?
Spread his name, spread his picture. I mean, the more people that see him, the less it is that he can hide. You know, the less that if somebody has him, the less that they can hide him from the light. I need my son in the light so that we can get him back to me, so that my life won't be so dark anymore. Because my life has been pretty damn dark now. Took the light away from me. I will search until I find it.
Drop them greens, them green hearts in chat. Light the chat up with them green hearts. Sebastian Strong hashtag. There's a lot. There's a lot here. I appreciate you, Seth, for even coming on tonight, especially going into, you already know, Easter Sunday. And I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine.
I'm praying for an Easter miracle. Let him be found today.
I just want to say a prayer real quick while I have you on the line, okay? Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up young Sebastian Rogers' family and himself to your loving care. the uncertainty, in the midst of the uncertainty and fear, we turn to you, the source of comfort and strength. Lord, Sebastian has been missing from his home in Tennessee for too long, and our hearts ache with worry for his safety and well-being. Again, we pray for your divine intervention, guiding those involved in the search efforts with wisdom and perseverance. Surround Sebastian with your protective embrace, shielding him from harm and leading him back to the loving arms of his family. Grant solace to Sebastian's loved ones as they endure this agonizing wait. Comfort them in their moments of despair, reminding them of your unfailing love and presence in their lives. May they find strength and support of their community in the assurance of your promises. Lord, we pray for a breakthrough in the search for Sebastian Rogers, that the darkness and uncertainty may be lifted and the light of hope may shine brightly once more. Help us to trust in your timing and your plan, even when answers seem elusive. We ask you for your peace to reign in the hearts of all who are affected by Sebastian's disappearance, sustaining them through this trial and renewing their hope for his safe return. In your mercy, hear our prayers. May your guiding hand be upon Sebastian Rogers, leading him home to the arms of those who love him dearly. In the name of our son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
I had to get that off. I had to get that off with you on the line. I appreciate you, Seth. Is there anything else that you want anybody to know? And this, you're open anytime to come on. You have any information or just want to speak? Maybe there's something people need to know. I don't care what it is. Reach out to me and I'll be there.
I just texted you a link for the flyer from TBI.
Okay, 1 second. I'm looking right now. Okay.
People want to hand out flyers. There's that. People want to wear shirts. That was the bonfire one, like the shirt that I'm wearing.
I dropped the link in chat too to the actual link to print that out, so people can print those out. Man, respectfully, does Seth think that the custody case regarding Faith could have had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance? I don't know if Seth has seen that full interview with Nina or not.
I don't know. I have no idea. They wouldn't be able to call a minor without getting permission from both mother and father for that.
That's a fact.
I haven't seen anything. So, but then again, I didn't know about CPS. So, and I haven't watched that, interview yet.
Yeah, it is actually emotional checking and watching it. I watched it last night when it first came out, and I was like, wow. Allegedly he backhanded the daughter in the mouth, busted her lip. There's a lot of wild stuff in there, Seth. I don't even know maybe you'll watch it on your own time, but there was a lot of disturbing things in there. It was draining to watch. I'll tell you that, to say the least. It was. Was Chris's vehicle information reviewed from restaurant until he got back from work? That's a good question. But he wouldn't know that, I don't think. He had a fit whenever he was streaming. There's a lot of those.
We also have flyers for locals. They can be picked up the rudder at the same time that people are there, from 9:30 to 6 p.m. daily.
So they can pick them up at, what is the actual address for that, where they can pick them up?
That's the 126 River Road, Hendersonville.
The rudder, yeah. So again, the rudder, you can pick those up at 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. That's the exact address that I took note from on the Pascal show last night. And again, I want to ask you this question before you end up going to bed and taking off here. About these people following you around. Man, that strikes me as odd. Why would people follow someone around while they're searching for their missing son? Shouldn't they be following or going to look up leads instead of following you around to find out where you're going to search at? That's just a big red flag to me.
It is a big red flag. I hope they don't try to impede me or threaten me.
I just don't want to see you get triggered by these people and you end up getting in some type of trouble because you react a certain way. So I feel like we got to get you.
Welcome to Tennessee.
You're welcome to Tennessee. I just want to
Welcome
see
to
you get out of
Tennessee.
this. I want to see you
If
come
you-
out this with your son in your arms and you.
And I'm going to.
That's what I want to see.
Nothing's going to stand in my way. I am
Absolutely.
law enforcement. I'm not going to do anything that's going to put me in orange.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
The righteous shall not fear the wicked.
That just gave me chills. That gave me chills. Coming through the speaker, well, that gave me goosebumps all the way up my body.
I hope it gave whoever happens to have my son, if someone has him, I hope it gave them chills.
Please ask Seth, is it true?
God brought his only son back to life. And my golly, this dad's going to bring his son back home.
Seth, I got to ask you this. Is it true that CP, which you know who that is, called you a few months ago and said his marriage is failing and asked you to take Sebastian? Is that true or is that a false narrative that's being put out there by people? Because that is allegedly making its rounds on these YouTube streets.
Sebastian was going to come live with me because people need to take care of themselves.
I got you. I'm
And
following.
who's going to take care of the child? The father. Have they found who has the snake, and have they been questioned? Could he be hidden there? Why did Chris give his pet away? Interesting question, Mary. From my understanding, Chris got rid of all the snakes because Chris is on the road all the time working. And he wasn't going to be there to take care of them. I mean, I saw all the snakes. I was over there. Snakes were beautiful. They really were. Sebastian loved his snake.
There's tons of these questions coming through, man. People got so many different questions, and I hate to just land them all on you like this. I feel like I'm just hitting you with blow after blow, and but again, like you said, you're doing this for your baby boy, and I commend you for that because some people can't handle that. But you know what? You're showing strength and resilience in everything that you've been doing. You're actually inspiring, not only just to me, but thousands of people. So I appreciate you, with all this stuff that's going on, you are giving people inspiration and hope. And I'm included on that list of somebody that you're giving inspiration to. And I got to thank you for that because you're standing tall and you're sticking to your guns and you're out here daily doing whatever you could possibly do to find your baby boy. So I got to commend you for that. It's tough that you're going through this. And again, I don't want to hold you for too long and keep putting you, through it over and over again. But is there anything else that you would like to say to everybody?
I think everybody that's helping, everybody that's looking out for him, may you be blessed. And may I be blessed in return because you find him.
Mm-hmm. So tough. And I'm going to keep putting these across the screen. Again, if you're just coming in, we have Seth Rogers on the line. And this is where you can support his journey of him out here every single day searching for his son. If you want to support Seth Rogers, these are links. His Cash App. You can scan it off the screen. Also, if you don't want to scan it off the screen, it's right here in front of your face. Again, $TMB FLEMING. is his Cash App. You could support him there. We also have a GoFundMe that's pinned in the top chat right now. If you want to add to this reward for Sebastian Rogers, here is the legitimate picture that Seth Rogers himself sent me to add to the reward for Sebastian Rogers. Checks as of right now. Seth Rogers, you did hear him say that he was going to look in to maybe a different alternative into paying, but for now, this is how we got to do it. Okay, checks must be mailed or dropped off to reward for Sebastian Rogers, James Brian Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account. Again, Seth did say he was going to look into that to see if he, somehow get it changed, because some of you have questions about adding to that reward. I get those questions. They're valid, and I appreciate you guys asking those questions. But again, if you want to support, these are the links. And another one is pinned up top for the GoFundMe. So make sure you check those out. In fact, there's the GoFundMe right here across the screen, made by his sister.
Hey, Kelly O, Prisoner Revenge. I'm not your typical CEO. When I go to work, I'm not there to punish people. People are there already as punishment. My job is to make sure that they're safe. I have people that get angry and mad at me all the time, but I use words. I use words to communicate with them. And there is a lot of times, like pretty much every time, if somebody gets angry with me, I have this tendency of, when it's lockdown time, to pop their cell door and have them come out and talk to me at my desk. Find out why they're mad at me. Are they mad at the policy? Are they just having a bad day? I communicate with people, because that's what this world needs, is more communication.
Man.
God gave us 2 ears to hear, 1 mouth to speak. People sometimes have to close their mouth and open up their ears. And I do that for these inmates that I'm in there watching. My job is to make sure that they're safe. My job is to try to reach them at the same point in time, communicate with them, get them to start using their brain for a functional thing, and let go of the anger. Because anger gets nobody nowhere. If it is not motivational, then it is hindering people. It will hinder you.
I agree.
I get inmates that come up and apologize to me. To me, that means I did my job that day.
You're right.
I treat inmates like they're human beings. I treat inmates like I want them to treat me, like I want to be treated. I'm there. It's a job. My job is to enforce the rules in the pod. If they've got questions, I will find them answers. If I can't, I will look for the answers for them. And the next time I see them, because I'm not in the same pod every day, I give them the answer. I carry a notebook so I can write down questions so I can get the answer for them. Because the last thing people want is to ask questions and never get an answer.
You got a big heart, brother. You got a big heart. I'm proud to call you a brother, man. You got a big heart. And that's the type that you're my type of people. This is what I preach every day. Love and light. Love and light. See something, say something. Love and light. And just to hear this is refreshing. And I appreciate that. It is refreshing to me. Such a big heart, man. And that's exactly what it is when you're in that environment. Some people, you got some bad COs and you got some good COs.
And it's in every profession, man.
That's a fact.
You got people that you got bad people that know how to flip a burger. You got bad people that don't know how to operate the register. You got people that don't know how to communicate with each other. And it breaks down in this world that it's all about communication. If somebody wants to just drop my son off, drop him off at a gas station that is open. Tell him to go inside and tell him who he is.
Man, you heard him. Drop him off.
Drop
at a
him
gas
off at a Waffle House. Drop him off at a Waffle House so that he can get food. I'll pay for it when I get there.
Just somewhere that you can pick him up at. Oh, Seth, I appreciate you coming up here and just saying everything that you've said and answering questions. I do got to ask you this one because I seen it and it is a good question. Was his clothes that he was wearing that night accounted for? Did you ask police that, or you just I know you were proud and glad that you got to see him alive on camera, and that probably maybe even thrown that out your mind. But after, again, were those clothes
I've
accounted
been
for?
asked that question before.
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't even thinking about it, man. I
Okay.
wasn't even thinking about it.
Yes,
I was
sir.
just happy to see that he was alive.
Yeah, that's a great question. Dr. Latina. She says, what does Seth believe in his heart really happened to Sebastian?
He's just one of God's lost children right now.
Yes, sir. The world needs more Seth Rogers, Dr. Quinn Harley said. The world needs more dads like Seth Rogers. Give him a little clap for that. Seth, this platform is open to you any day, 7 days a week, 24/7. You got information, you need me to get it out, I need to make a video. It doesn't even have to include you in the video. Again, if you have any information that you need put out and spread to everybody, the masses, as many people as I could possibly get it to, again, you have my number. I'm going to actually text you from my personal number so you have that at hand and you can get a hold of me directly anytime you want. It doesn't matter what it is, any information that you think the people need to know. We can make a video on it right away, drop it, put the word out, talk about it, whatever may need to happen. I know you're out here boots to ground all day long, 24/7 as much as you possibly can. I know that rains and there's different things that go on. You have to catch your sleep, obviously, and you have to get some food in your system, but you are out here bending and going crazy everywhere that you possibly can. I've seen you up there myself. On video going crazy on this search for your son and the people that are backing and helping you and pulling up. I hope that this continued support goes on, and I hope that you don't have to deal with it for too much longer. Hopefully we get off the phone and you get a call. A good one.
I'm hoping. Thank you.
I am hoping so, Seth.
Everybody, y'all have a wonderful evening. May you have many blessings on Easter. If you don't celebrate Easter, may your Sunday be a beautiful day.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming up here and spreading the word of Sebastian Rogers. And thank you for telling us about the good things, because I'm so tired of just hearing about the bad things pertaining to Sebastian, like the belts and him missing. And I just wanted to hear some good stories. So I appreciate you coming up here and refreshing us with some good stories about him. And not only that, sharing what you do know and whatever you could possibly answer. I appreciate you coming up here and doing that tonight to keep the word out for Sebastian. Everybody, listen, full screen. Again, this is where you can support Seth Rogers right now. Cash App, he'll get it directly. He will get it right then. He'll be able to do what he needs to do. We appreciate him. Seth Rogers, thank you so much, sir. That was Seth Rogers on the line. I know I seen a lot of questions coming through, but I had some myself. We were kind of on the spot, but either way, I don't care. I was ready to shoot it. Thanks for Seth for coming up here. I'm going to message him real quick. I'm got to get all this information out. Got to get all this information out. The GoFundMe. Okay, again, this is his Cash App. If you can support, really. This is where you can help with the reward. I'm going to make that full screen for a minute. Wow, that was a hell of an interview. Kind of didn't know where to start, man. I didn't. It's so hard coming into this holiday and your son is missing. I just can't imagine really what he's feeling. I mean, obviously we could tell because he was crying off and on throughout the whole entire interview. I felt like, and it was raw emotion, and he's right when he talks about the evil in the world. There is a lot of evil in this world, and I do want Seth to hear me out on one thing, man. Please hear me out. I get there's evil in the world, but you know what we got to do better attention of, or better at doing, is not giving this evil in the world a microphone. We got to stop giving the evil in the world a microphone. We just do. It's coming to that point where we got to stop doing it. We got to stop giving them an outlet to speak, an outlet. You know what I mean? These evil people that we're speaking about. And we got to be able to call it when we see it too. I think that you should ignore that bullshit, because all those people are ever going to try to do is pull you down. And I even have those type of people around. Everybody does. Anyone that I know that is out here on a search or doing anything, they have some type of slack being talked about them. And I feel like it's important to ignore that and focus on the good, because there's so much more good out here than there is evil. The evil are in numbers, but I feel the good outweighs that. And what a great point to end the show on tonight. I do have to. I appreciate everybody who supported the channel, but I mean, Seth just left us with a mic drop moment. That's the interview. We wrapped it up. Thank you, I've seen all these questions coming through. Appreciate everybody for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. I had to look at regular questions coming through. There was just so much going on in my mind. I had to jump to my notes. I appreciate you. See you all. Liz, thank you. Mark, Vinny, thank you. Liz, thank you. Allegedly with Brittany, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Mary, thank you. I'm sorry if I did not get to ask your questions. I apologize. Hopefully I either covered it or jumped back to it at some point. I do appreciate the support to the channel, though. Shout out to all of you. We will be in touch with Seth here. We will be in touch with Seth. Thank you. Kelly, thank you. CD, thank you. You said call Texas AquaSearch. I posted their number. The world needs more dads. Seth, my heart is with you. I need to ask, is there any video of your son going back to Katie's house? I have to ask that. Kelly said, have they searched the neighbor's house? I'll ask Seth that about the neighbor's houses, because that's a question that I had too. But again, we were on the spot tonight, so it is what it is. I will ask him that question. He has my information. I'm talking to him. We're going to give him some time. He just had an interview talking about him and gave us all the information that we needed. Again, I'm going to keep flashing the different ways that you can support on the screen while we're ending here. Dana, I appreciate you. Seth is a biological father of Sebastian with shared custody. You are 100% entitled to info regarding the investigation. Please push for that. Praying for an Easter miracle for sweet Sebastian. Good words, Dana. Thank you, Dana, Kelly, CD, Kelly Bates, Mods. I appreciate you all. Swift, thank you. I don't want any return. Please just be safe. Thank you, Swift. Midnight Spirit, thank you. Midnight Spirit, thank you. Susan, thank you. Good job, T-REV. Mother Mary, wrap your arms around Sebastian, keep him safe, and bring him home. What, people want second channel time? I mean, I'm with it. I'm with it. Don't put me there, because I'm down. See you there. See you when I get over there. You know, if it's for you, it's for you. If it's not, it's not. See you on the other channel, though. Second channel Mods got it posting. We're gonna end this with the good gospel, though. You already know what time it is. We're gonna end this with the good gospel right now. Make sure you guys keep dropping the green hearts in chat. Okay, I got some positive stuff to play real quick before we end this off. Ladies and gentlemen, keep dropping your green hearts. Keep going. Yes, by me, I made it on behalf.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
The sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
All right, hold up. This one's for Seth. Hold up. I got something for you. This one's for Seth, man. Seth, I dedicate this one to you, brother.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, I said I move. I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for Sam. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be going in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Dear Jesus, guide Seth. God, Seth, be with him. And now we'll get back into it. I feel like Seth's by himself. So, you know, Seth really has taken that position to do things by himself. It's another one that could go for him.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got rap gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
Again, yeah, he's left by himself, man. That's called By Myself. This will be out on Voice for the Voiceless dropping this summer. Again, we will be heard. we will be heard. We come in numbers and we come in peace. I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of the good folks, not the people who want to ruin others' lives. Speaking on the behalf of love and light. This one and all of those, yes, it is my music. It is. Yes, my heart and soul on a track. Yes, it is what it is. This one I made for y'all.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
All right, it's time to go to the second channel. Again, hold up. We got to jump to this one. Before I'm setting up the second channel right now, just for those who were there. But this is of a 16-year-old girl from Truckee. It bothered me so much that I had to make a song about it. I'm still puzzled over this case to this day. May her voice, may her memory, may her struggle live on. For those of us that continue to carry her name and push it out there, whether it be we talk about it on a live stream, a post, Twitter, same thing. Email with a friend back and forth, text message. 16-year-old girl named Kylie Rodney lost her life out in Truckee at a party one night. And you know, Seth touched up on a few things on this live. Be out searching. It's a fact. And I see a lot of people that say we need more Seth Rogers in the world. Well, I'd agree 100%. Actually, I stamped that.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, it's been neglecting. So now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice.
It is up right now. In fact, I'm about to head over there. But it is up, second channel. Hold on, let me drop the line. It's there. Hold up. Wrong one. But it is there. Hold up. Boom, 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 and boom. All right, there it is. In that 39%. Wow, interesting. See you over there.